Chapter 1903. What is he doing? The demons from the Alliance of Mountains and Sea were puzzled by Zi Qingyue's insistence. Xiuqi even looked at Ningqi suspiciously. Why does this guy seem to have a low cultivation level? Nayland Shanhai, hurry up and make your decision. Gu Lingfeng sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Nayland Shanhai looked at Zi Qingyue, then at Ningqi. Is there something special about this kid? He knew Zi Qingyue's temperament very well. Among all the demons in the Alliance of Mountains and Sea, there were only a few male demons who were more composed than her. Since that's the case, you go. Nayland Shanhai said to Ningqi. The other candidates couldn't reach Xiuqi's level, so there was no difference between sending them or Ningqi. At least Ningqi had just joined the Alliance of Mountains and Sea, so he might have some trump cards that Nayland Shanhai didn't know about. Alliance leader, are you really sending him? He can't even take out a single demonic crystal. What's the point of talking about demonic crystals now? Zi Qingyue is full of confidence in him. This guy must have some extraordinary means. That's right. Whether it was the devils from the Alliance of Mountains and Seas, or the allied squads who were here to watch the show, they were all surprised that Nayland Mountain Sea had sent Ningqi to fight. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at Ningqi. Lord Yongo glanced at Ningqi and felt that the demonic qi on Ningqi was very weak. He didn't take Ningqi seriously and said impatiently, "Let's begin, I have something to do later. Child Beixian, you can stand behind me in the battle later." Xiuqi still didn't believe that Ningqi was that strong. His voice was just right, so all the demons in the surroundings could hear him. From the beginning to the end, Ningqi didn't pay attention to Nayland Shanhai and Xiuqi. His eyes were fixed on Wang Xuanzhen, who seemed to have a trace of doubt in his eyes when he saw Ningqi. Seeing this change, Ningqi sighed in his heart. This person must be great sage Xuanzhen, but his body was filled with extremely dense demonic qi. Needless to say, he had been completely demonized, and his strength had reached the level of Zi Qingyue, which was equivalent to an 8 tribulation creator in the central mainland, and he had only been in the immortal prison for a few thousand years. Demonic qi could bewitch the mind. The fact that the great sage Xuanzhen could stand here meant that his mind was still there, or rather, his wisdom was still there. However, his memory was probably temporarily gone. Otherwise, when he first saw Ningqi, he wouldn't have such a look of déjà vu and deep thought. The Bone Sea tribe was an orthodox demon clan, while the Xianzhen Great Sage was a mutated demon clan. Now, he was standing in the Bone Sea tribe's team. I see Ningqi's gaze landed on a female demon beside Mystic Truth Great Sage. Her aura blended with Mystic Truth Great Sage's. Ningqi immediately understood. The Great Sage Xianzhen had probably gotten married again in the immortal prison. It was just that he didn't know if he had given birth to a few devils of Ningqi's grandfather's generation. When Nayland Shanhai and Xiuqi saw that Ningqi didn't pay attention to them, their faces instantly turned ugly. At this moment, the 3 devils arranged by Gu Lingfeng had already stood out. The surrounding devils all retreated. Perhaps because of the 100,000 low-grade demonic crystals, young Master Yang Go waved his hand lightly. A bronze plate flew into the air and spun continuously. From the bronze plate, countless black condensed demonic qi surged out. Like a cage, it trapped Ningqi, Xiuqi, Yungu and the 3 devils of the Bone Sea tribe together. Ningqi retracted his gaze from the great sage Xianzhen and looked at young Master Yang Go. Then, his gaze landed on the 3 devils of the Bone Sea tribe. The devils of the Mountain and Sea Alliance were all nervous. The next battle was very crucial. If they won, the enmity with the Bone Sea tribe would be resolved. If they lost, not only would they have to apologize to the entire territory, they would also have to pay a huge sum of demonic crystals. Needless to say, this sum of demonic crystals would definitely be pooled together by everyone. Previously, everyone had already pooled together 70,000 low-grade demonic crystals. If they pooled together again, Wouldn't they have to spit out all the demonic crystals they had previously accumulated? It's a pity that Yang Go appeared to mediate the situation. Today, even if Zi Qingyue and the others lose, at least they won't lose their lives. In the distance, Jialan was a little unwilling. She secretly glared at Yang Go and then her gaze fell on Ningqi. Previously, she had deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the Broken Moon Squad and let the Yama Squad, the Immature Devil Squad and the Dawn Moon Squad to suppress and kill them. In the end, Zi Qingyue said that they were all dead. Jialan thought that the three major squads had encountered other dangers, but from the confidence that Zi Qingyue had shown to Ningqi just now, Jialan suddenly became a little suspicious. Xianzhen, what happened to you just now? Beside Great Sage Xianzhen, a female devil seemed to have noticed that there was something wrong with his state. This state had not been seen for thousands of years. When he was picked up from that place, at the beginning, he was like this, constantly thinking and resisting the invasion of the devil Qi. Later, with her help, Great Sage Xianzhen perfectly accepted the devil Qi and became a heterogeneous devil. I think that guy is very familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen him. Xianzhen gently held the female devil's hand and transmitted his voice. The female devil's gaze fell on Ningqi, and she seemed to be thinking about something. In the Mountain and Sea Alliance, most of the devils did not have much confidence in this battle, but in the face of outsiders, they naturally could not show fear. Only the members of the Broken Moon Squad, including Zi Qingyue, could not help but show a smile on their faces. Devils of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, you dare to kill the direct descendant of my tribe leader. Now come and die. The three devils sent by the Bone Sea tribe grinned. Two of them went toward Xiuqi and Yungo, and one went toward Ningqi. Stand behind me. Xiuqi looked at Ningqi, but he was slightly startled because Ningqi had disappeared. He quickly looked up, only to see that Ningqi not only did not retreat, but also directly went to meet the three devils. Yungo, who was ready to fight, was somewhat unprepared, and he almost punched Ningqi in the back. What is this guy doing? Yungo was extremely angry. In his eyes, Ningqi was like a pig. What is he doing? Is he going to directly die? Come at me, I will kill you first. The three demon prides from the Bone Sea tribe looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. Then, they attacked Ningqi together. Just when everyone thought that Ningqi would definitely die under this attack, they suddenly heard three loud sounds. Bang! 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 The three devils from the Bone Sea tribe flew out like cannonballs, and heavily slammed into the cage formed by Devil Qi. Their chests had obviously caved in, and although they were not dead, their auras had become extremely weak. Obviously, they had lost the ability to fight. Hiss! Chapter 1904. Skyrocket Cannon, what happened? Xiuqi and Yungo looked at Ningqi in astonishment. Then, they looked at the three heavens favorites of the demon clan of the Bone Sea tribe, who had lost their ability to fight. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. This power a half-step human demon? Nayland Shanhai's eyes widened and he was overjoyed. The devils from the Alliance of Mountains and Seas were completely flabbergasted by what they were seeing, as were the other teams from the other alliances who had come to watch the show. Damn it! I can't believe the Mountain Sea Alliance has a half-devil. The faces of Gu Lingfeng and the other two elders of the Bone Sea tribe were ashen. They clenched their fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. They subconsciously looked at the sheephook, suspecting that it was the work of the sheephook. Interesting. A glint flashed in Yang Go's eyes. Since when did another half-step human devil appear in Yanshan City? He actually did not know about it. After looking at Ningqi for a while, he glanced at Nayland Shanhai. He was a bit displeased, thinking that Nayland Shanhai was hiding something from him. The faces of the members of the Broken Moon Squad were brimming with smiles. Seeing this, the other members of the League of Mountains and Seas understood what was going on. They looked at Zi Qingyue with admiration in their eyes. From the beginning to the end, they were kept in the dark. They thought that Zi Qingyue couldn't even take out a single demonic crystal because she was weak. In fact, judging from the current situation, Zi Qingyue didn't take out the demonic crystals because she was unwilling to. It was not that there was none. Gu Lingfeng, the battle has ended. What else does the Bone Sea tribe have to say? Nayland Shanhai said with a smile. Nayland Shanhai, young Master Yanggo, we will meet again. Gu Lingfeng coldly glanced at the two of them. Since he was sure that Yanggo was behind this, even if Yanggo's father was a late-stage human-demon expert, Gu Lingfeng could not suppress the anger in his heart at this moment. After leaving behind these ruthless words, Gu Lingfeng led the crowd and left. Not long after, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Half-step human devil. Yan Jun and the others were probably killed by him. Jialan looked at Ning Qi rather disbelievingly. Nayland Shanhai, if your Mountain Sea Alliance invited a half-step devil, why didn't you tell me about it beforehand? Young Master Yanggo coldly looked at Nayland Shanhai and said. Young Master Yanggo, it's like this, Nayland Shanhai wanted to explain, but Yanggo looked directly at Ning Qi. The corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes revealed a hint of fighting spirit. It has been a long time since a new half-step human demon appeared in Yanshan City. You came at the right time. Let me see how strong you are. Battle skill of the demon race, Heaven's Splitting Claw. Streams of incomparably condensed devil chi emerged from Nayland Shanhai's palm and transformed into a ghostly claw that covered the sky, pressing down on Ning Qi. Young Master Yanggo is actually using his famous Heaven's Splitting Claw? With regards to Yanggo's sudden attack, the nearby demon race was shocked. However, they were looking forward to it. They wanted to see how many moves the Heaven's favorites of the demon race of the Bone Sea tribe could withstand from Yanggo. Xiao Qi and Yungu reacted, but it was already too late to retreat. The Heaven's Splitting Claw's attack range also enveloped the two of them. Is young Master Beixian a match for young Master Yanggo? Zi Qingxing and the rest were a little unsettled. After all, Yanggo had been famous in Yanshan City for a long time. He had been in the half-step human demon realm for at least 800 years, if not 1,000 years. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Suddenly, he leaped up and punched the Heaven's Splitting Claw in the air. Then, he landed in front of Yanggo. Do I know you? Ning Qi frowned and said. Yanggo's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. The other party actually broke his Heaven's Splitting Claw so easily? Hearing Ning Qi's question, Yanggo was startled and replied, No. Then why did you attack me? Ning Qi said coldly. Yanggo's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Are you unhappy that I am testing your strength? In Yanshan City, even the other 3 half-step human demons did not dare to speak to him like this. Then I will test your strength too. Ning Qi said plainly. As he finished speaking, the war demon glove in his hand flashed with a black light. In the next moment, Ning Qi's fist fiercely landed on young Master Yanggo's chin. Even Ning Qi himself had not tested his current strength. In any case, he was not as strong as a human demon, but there was not much difference. In addition, he had the war demon glove to enhance his strength. However, Ning Qi did not intend to kill this person directly. Therefore, after Yanggo was hit by Ning Qi, he raised his neck and flew into the sky like a rocket. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gulp! Everyone looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. Their throats moved up and down as they subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Young Master Yanggo was actually defeated in one move? When the demons from the other alliance teams saw this, it was as if they were in an uproar. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Nayland Shanhai was in the early human devil stage, and therefore didn't pay much attention to Ning Qi's display of power. However, what he did pay attention to was the fact that Ning Qi's power surpassed that of Yanggo's. After all, Yanggo had been taught meticulously by a late human devil expert, and had cultivated the best of the devilfolk's battle techniques. From a young age, it was impossible to say how many cultivation resources he had consumed from the League of Mountains and Seas to reach his current level of power. This kid's background is probably extraordinary. A bright light flashed in Nalan Shanhai's eyes. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. He felt somewhat relieved. Yango had taken his demonic crystal, but he had also tricked him. Ning Qi's actions could be considered to have helped him vent his anger. "Let's go." Jialan quickly led the team away. Before leaving, he looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in his eyes. How can he be so strong? Xiao Qi stared blankly at Ning Qi. His heart suddenly quivered. Previously, he had thought that Ning Qi came from a declining clan, and Ning Qi's aura was very weak, so he did not take Ning Qi seriously. But now that Ning Qi had displayed strength that far surpassed his, then Xiao Qi hurriedly looked at Zi Qingyue, and his face suddenly turned ashen. He could not help but clench his fists, because he found that the way Zi Qingyue looked at Ning Qi was completely different from the way she looked at him. It was a kind of admiration. "Little brother, you are called Beixian, right? Today, it is all thanks to little brother's help that the alliance of mountains and seas was in danger. Please accept these demonic crystals, little brother." Nalan Shanhai walked up to Ning Qi with a smile and handed him a leather bag. Ning Qi scanned it with his divine sense and found that there were 500 low-grade demonic crystals. "Many thanks, Senior Nalan." Ning Qi smiled and put the leather bag into his spatial bag. Since he was going to travel in the demon continent, he needed some demonic crystals. Chapter 1905. Stop fighting! Yang Go had never been so angry before. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a fist mark on his chin which was swollen. An immeasurable amount of devil qi gathered around Yang Go and turned into a meteor that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, rushing toward Ning Qi. Yang Go is really angry. Nalan Shanhai's eyes flashed with mockery. He reached out and pulled Zi Qingyue, Xiao Qi, and the others away. The rest of the devils also came to their senses and quickly retreated. Soon, there was not a single devil in a radius of 300 meters around Ning Qi. He was the only one left. Ning Qi slowly raised his head and looked at the rapidly descending black dot in the sky. At the same time, all the demons in Yen Mountain City noticed this scene. 3 auras similar to Yang Go soared into the sky and appeared near the alliance of mountains and sea. "They're here too." Everyone looked at the 3 with admiration, surprise, and fear. These 3 were as famous as Yang Go. They were 3 of the 4 demonic geniuses in Yen Mountain City. Their backgrounds were also terrifying. Now that they appeared together, it was naturally shocking. "It's Yang Go? Why is he so angry? He seems to have used his full strength. Is he the guy he wants to kill?" The 3 of them glanced at the goat hooks, then looked at Ning Qi. "I heard that the leader of the Alliance of Mountains and Sea, Nalan Shanhai, used 100,000 low-grade demonic crystals to hire Yang Go to deal with the Bone Sea tribe. Now, the people of the Bone Sea tribe are not here. Maybe we missed a good show. Dao En, Ping Tian, and Kong Yen are all here. What if they attack young Master Bei Xian together with young Master Yang Go?" There was a hint of worry in Zi Qingxing's eyes. Go to hell. Soon, the distance between young Master Yang Go and Ning Qi was only 1,000 feet. The demons below could clearly see the injury on his chin, as well as his twisted expression of grief and indignation. "He's injured?" Dao En murmured. "Where did this powerful dragon come from? Even Yang Go, a local tyrant, was injured by him. No wonder he's so angry." Ping Tian's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. "It looks like Nalan Shanhai invited him." Kong Yen glanced at Nalan Shanhai and just happened to see a flash of ridicule in Nalan Shanhai's eyes. Black demonic qi enveloped Yang Go's body, creating intense friction with the air and burning with layers of scarlet flames. In the blink of an eye, Yang Go appeared in front of Ning Qi. He punched at Ning Qi's head. Before the fist arrived, a terrifying shockwave had already swept out in all directions. The demons with higher cultivation were still fine, but those with lower cultivation, like Duo Lu and the other two, were suppressed by the shockwave and could barely breathe. It was as if the air around them had been sucked dry in an instant. It was a punch that could destroy heaven and earth. Why isn't that guy moving? Give up resistance? It can't be, right? From his punch just now, I can tell that this person's strength is not weaker than young Master Yang Go. Could it be that the arrival of the other 3 young masters has frightened them and they don't dare to make a move? The nearby demons saw that Yang Go's fist was about to land on Ning Qi's head, but Ning Qi did not move at all. He raised his head and looked at Yang Go. Some even guessed that Ning Qi had been scared stiff. Wasn't that punch painful enough? Ning Qi and Yang Go stared at each other. At that moment, the two of them were only a few feet apart. Yang Go saw the faint disdain that flashed in Ning Qi's eyes, and the anger in his heart burned even more vigorously. Time seemed to have stopped and suddenly started again in the next moment. Ning Qi turned around and spun around. A thick wave of demonic energy rose from his war devil boot. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and kicked Yang Go's face heavily. A piercing pain spread from his face to his entire body. Yang Go's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He had already seen Duane and the others, who were as famous as him, appear nearby. He was inconsolable. Why? Yang Go roared in his heart. The length of Yang Go's leg was naturally longer than Yang Go's arm. Yang Go's fist did not even touch the corner of Ning Qi's clothes before he was sent flying back into the air by Ning Qi's kick. He once again turned into a speck of light and disappeared from the crowd's sight. If not for the demonic qi that he had just condensed, which was still lingering in the air, the crowd would have suspected that the scene just now had not happened at all. He won't stop so easily, right? After all, he has suffered such great humiliation. Ning Qi stood where he was and muttered to himself. Then, he pushed off with both feet and shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Duane and the other two looked at each other and shot up into the sky. Don't kill him. Although Nayland Shanhai had vented his anger, he did not dare to let Yang Go die in Ning Qi's hands. Otherwise, his mountain and sea alliance would definitely be destroyed today, and even he would not be able to survive. Thinking of this, Nayland Shanhai also shot up into the sky in the direction that Ning Qi had gone. When the nearby demons saw this, they wanted to move, but they found that Ning Qi had already descended from the sky. Yang Go was in Ning Qi's hand, his limbs fluttering weakly in the wind. Lord Yang Go has been killed? A demon sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at this scene in disbelief. His eyes were filled with horror. Yang Go's father was a late-stage demon expert. If such an existence was enraged, perhaps everyone present today would be implicated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duane, Ping Tian, Kong Yen, and Nayland Shanhai landed around Ning Qi at almost the same time. Little brother, this is just a spar. Let's not harm Lord Yang Go's life, right? Nayland Shanhai smiled at Ning Qi. But Ning Qi could tell from his small movements that this fellow was ready to suppress him at any time. Cough! Yang Go suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the nearby demons heave a sigh of relief. As long as Yang Go was still alive, today's matter would not be too serious. Nayland Shanhai also heaved a sigh of relief. The way he looked at Ning Qi was much gentler, but the vigilance in his heart did not decrease. If Ning Qi made a suspicious move to kill Yang Go, Nayland Shanhai would not hesitate to suppress Ning Qi, even if Ning Qi had just helped his mountain and sea alliance defeat the Bone Sea tribe. Do you still want to fight? Ning Qi lowered his head and smiled. Not anymore. Yang Go gritted his teeth and said, Oh, you're welcome to fight again next time. Ning Qi let go, and Yang Go fell to the ground with a thud. Nayland Shanhai hurriedly went forward and helped him up. Lord Yang Go, I have a good healing pill here, do you? Chapter 1906. Amnesia. I seem to have offended young Master Yang Go. Nalan Shanhai stared at Yang Go's silhouette as it disappeared from his sight. He already understood that Yang Go must have hated him for this incident. However, Nalan Shanhai was not very afraid. After all, he was the leader of a union and an early-stage human devil expert. If he really could not survive in Yanshan City, he could just change to another place and start all over again. How should I address you? Duane and the other two exchanged glances before Duane cupped his hands towards Ningqi. The three of them looked at Ningqi with a hint of fear in their eyes. The three of them were slightly weaker than Yang Go. Since Yang Go wasn't a match for Ningqi, they naturally couldn't be a match for Ningqi. The three of them couldn't help but be cautious when such a proud son of heaven came to Yen Mountain City. Beixian. Ningqi smiled and said, "Do the three of you want to fight as well?" Hee. The three of them looked at Ningqi with a smile that didn't reach their eyes. What a joke, they had just lost the sheephook. How could they immediately repeat the same mistake? There's no need for a fight. Even Yang Go is no match for you, so why would the three of us seek humiliation? May I know which clan does your excellency come from, and why have you come to my Yanshan City? Dawn smiled. My name is my clan. Ningqi smiled faintly, then turned and left. The three of them originally wanted to ask more questions, but when they saw the situation, they immediately snorted coldly in their hearts. What an arrogant fellow! Did he really think that he could be so domineering in Yanshan City just because he won against the sheephook? He didn't even want to say a few words to the three of them? Have you heard of the Beixian clan? Dawn looked at the other two. Never. Ping Tian and Kong Yen shook their heads. Looks like it's a declining clan. Dawn was deep in thought. Master Beixian, wait for us. Duo Lu and the other two quickly chased after Ningqi. Wait for me in the alliance of mountains and seas, Yang Qi said. Ningqi transmitted his voice. The three of them were startled and stopped in their tracks. Seeing that the main characters had left, the nearby devil tribe also dispersed. They secretly digested everything they had seen today. From the battle between the League of Mountains and Seas and the Bone Sea tribe to the defeat of the famous young Master Yango by an unknown devil tribe, the news spread like a bomb throughout Yen Mountain City. Qingyue, you guys have done a great job this time. I'm curious where this little brother Beixian came from. A half-step demonic human talent like him should be famous in our Yen Mountain Demon area, right? Nalan Shanhai looked at Zi Qingyue with a smile. Xiuqi Yungu and the others pricked up their ears. We met Child Beixian in the demonic land. Zi Qingyue said. The territory of the Spirit Void tribe. Is he related to the Lingshu tribe? Nalan Shanhai was slightly shocked. The Spirit Void tribe had an Earth Devil stage expert, which was not much weaker than Yen Mountain City. It was said that the Lord of the Spirit Void tribe, heaven-destroying Spirit Void, was very powerful. He had once fought with the Lord of Yen Mountain City, Zun Shan Demon King Pain. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights, destroying more than 100,000 miles of land. Finally, Zun Shan Demon King Pain won. Even so, the Spirit Void tribe was still a force to be reckoned with. If the heavenly demons didn't appear, the Earth Devil stage experts were already superb existences. With Nalan Shanhai's status, it was already good enough to make friends with a late-stage human devil stage expert. In front of a peak human devil stage expert, he had to consider himself as a junior. If he met an Earth Devil stage expert, it would be the same as an ordinary demon meeting him. If Ningqi was related to the Spirit Void tribe, then he could use this to settle the enmity he had with the sheep just now. A little, Zi Qingyue thought of Ningqi killing the Spirit Void near hand and Heavenly Spirit Void. He should be a wanted criminal of the Spirit Void tribe now, right? Nalan Shanhai misunderstood her meaning. His eyes lit up. When little brother Beixian comes back, bring him to see me. Yes, Alliance Master. Zi Qingyue nodded. Still in the North District of Yanshan City, Ning Qi's divine sense locked on a figure. Ning Qi walked straight into the restaurant in front of him and sat down at a table in the corner. There was already a person sitting at the table, drinking by himself. "Do I know you?" That person raised his head and looked at Ning Qi. "If you don't know me, why are you waiting for me here?" Ning Qi said with a smile. With a sweep of divine sense, he found that there was a female demon on the second floor paying attention to the situation here. Looking at great sage Xuanzhen from a close distance, Ning Qi found that he had indeed changed a lot. First, his age. Great sage Xuanzhen was originally a transcendence great perfection and had lived for a long time. Although his lifespan was not up, his face looked old. Now, his face had recovered to that of a 30-year-old, looking like a young man. In addition, his ears and eyes also had a trace of changes after being demonized. "That's right. I have indeed lost a part of my memory. Ever since my wife saved me and brought me to the Bone Sea tribe, I don't remember anything before that. I heard from my wife that I was demonized by the devil Qi of this place. Before I was demonized, I knew you?" Great sage Xuanzhen nodded and stared at Ning Qi, trying to find some clues from Ning Qi's face. "Of course I know you. I came here this time to find you." Ning Qi smiled. "Me? I didn't come here alone?" Great sage Xuanzhen was slightly stunned. Then, he reacted. Ning Qi didn't seem to be lying. It seemed that they really knew each other before. Thinking of this, great sage Xuanzhen's eyes suddenly showed a trace of joy. He had been looking for his origin for thousands of years. Now, he finally had a clue. How could he not be happy? "You really don't remember anything at all?" Ning Qi frowned slightly. This was a little troublesome. He also wanted to find the whereabouts of Jian Shilai through great sage Xuanzhen. Compared to the former, the latter worried Ning Qi more. To be honest, great sage Xuanzhen's behavior had always been to put his family first. For the family, he could plot against anyone. Wang Shui was also beaten to death by Lai Kong because of this. Now, even her soul could not be found. Therefore, Ning Qi did not have a good impression of great sage Xuanzhen. The only thing that flowed in their bodies was a small number of the same bloodlines. "I don't remember." Great sage Xuanzhen looked at Ning Qi in a daze. "Well, it's good that you don't remember." Ning Qi found that great sage Xuanzhen's current personality was very different from before. "Husband, if you really can't remember, don't force yourself." It was unknown when the female demon had come down from the second floor. She looked at Ning Qi with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. "Wife, you don't have to be afraid. Even if I remember everything, my feelings for you will never change." Great sage Xuanzhen held the female demon's hand and said softly. The two looked at Ning Qi in unison. "Sorry, I couldn't help it," Ning Qi said awkwardly. Chapter 1907. Lucifer Horde. Could it be that I'm very different from before? Great sage Xianzhen wasn't a fool. He might have lost his memory, but his intelligence was still there. From Ning Qi's expression, he could tell what was hidden in Ning Qi's smile. "Do you really want to know who you used to be?" Ning Qi said lightly. Xuanzhen Great Sage's eyes were full of desire. When the female devil saw this, she was actually a little curious. However, she was worried that Xuanzhen Great Sage would become another person after he recovered his past memories, so she was hesitant. However, when she saw Xuanzhen Great Sage's desire, she sighed in her heart and gently squeezed Xuanzhen Great Sage's palm. She looked at Ning Qi and said, "Sir, my husband has always wanted to know what he was like in the past. If you know, please tell me." "I'm afraid it's a long story. This isn't the place to chat. Let's find a quiet place." Ning Qi smiled. In a quiet house in the southern district of Yanshan City. This was the property of the Bone Sea tribe in Yanshan City. From the fact that the female demon could easily use it, it was enough to show that her position in the tribe was not very low. Otherwise, how could a orthodox demon camp like the Bone Sea tribe accommodate Xianzhen the great sage? In the stone pavilion, Ning Qi spoke at an even pace. The more great sage Xianzhen listened, the weirder his expression became. Wait, you're saying, I'm your great-grandfather? Great sage Xuanzhen couldn't help but interrupt Ning Qi. His wife, the daughter of the third elder of the Bone Sea tribe, Gu Miaoxian, was also staring at Ning Qi with her mouth agape. The vigilance in her eyes had already disappeared and was replaced by uneasiness. Her husband was indeed married. You could say that, although you're not very competent. Ning Qi smiled. Then his wife, Gu Miaoxian, was feeling a little down. Is this the other extreme? Ning Qi looked at Gu Miaoxian. His eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Gu Miaoxian's behavior didn't seem like that of a demon, but more like that of a human. Furthermore, she had a weak personality and didn't have any opinions of her own. Compared to the jealous Nangong Ling the latter was more like a demon. However, the first wife of the mystic truth great saint had reached the end of her lifespan and died a long time ago. When Gu Miaoxian learned about this, she let out a long sigh of relief. The great sage of profound truth did not interrupt Ning Qi again. Ning Qi picked, and finally explained the general situation. Your parents might be here too? Does that fellow called Dao Yen have enmity with our Wang family? Why did you throw all of our Wang clan's disciples here? There was a hint of anger in the eyes of the great sage Xianzhen. Demonic qi surged around him. It was obvious that he was not calm. Beixian, can I call you that? Gu Miaoxian suddenly said. As you wish. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Is that Dao Yen, immortal emperor and existence of the sky demon level? Gu Miaoxian asked. At most, he's a half-step human devil. Ning Qi pondered for a moment and said. Perhaps the strength of the Dao Yen immortal emperor was stronger than the half-step human devils he had seen, such as Yang Go and the others, but at least he could be sure that before he reached the human devil stage, he was in existence of the human immortal realm. What? Only this level of cultivation? The two of them were slightly stunned. The central mainland is different from this place. Half-step human devils are already the strongest existences here. Before you entered the immortal prison, your cultivation was lower than any of the demons here. Ning Qi smiled at the great sage Xianzhen. That's right. Husband's cultivation was indeed very low back then. However, after you were demonized, your talent was extraordinary. In just a few thousand years, you've already cultivated to this level. In the future, you'll have the chance to reach the half-step human devil stage, or even the human devil stage. Gu Miaoxian quickly said. Wait, when you fought for the Mountain and Sea Alliance just now, the strength you displayed was already at the half-step human devil stage, right? How did you get thrown into this place by Dao Yen, immortal emperor? The great sage Xianzhen finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. If there was no explanation, he believed that Ning Qi's words could be completely overturned. I broke through after I entered this place. What, you don't believe me? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. All right, I'll pretend that everything you said is true. Since you have the strength of the half-step human devil stage, why don't you bring me back to kill that guy? I also want to see what my hometown is like. Great Sage Arcane Truth said. Gu Miaoxian was shocked. Of course, I'll bring my wife along. Great Sage Xuanzhen added. Gu Miaoxian heaved a sigh of relief and looked lovingly at Mystic Truth Great Sage. Do you think it's that easy to get out of here? Let's not talk about whether or not you can find the exit. Even if you do, there are still countless formations outside, and there are even heavenly Tao laws suppressing you. Moreover, my parents, your granddaughter, and your grandson-in-law haven't been found yet, and you're just going to leave them like that? If I don't find them this time, even if I have the chance, I won't leave this place. Ning Qi said lightly. When Great Sage Mystic Truth heard this, He did not get angry because of Ning Qi's tone. After all, he had just accepted the fact that he was Ning Qi's great-grandfather. A great-grandson whose cultivation was much stronger than his. It still felt too surreal. Yes, we do have to find them. How about this, you follow me back to the Bone Sea tribe. There are many demons in our tribe, we can help you find clues. As great sage Xuanzhen said this, his head suddenly hurt, and scenes flashed through his mind. Husband, is your old illness acting up again? Gu Miaoxian looked at great sage Xuanzhen nervously. It's different this time. Great sage Xuanzhen's face was a little pale, but there was a hint of joy in his tone. I remember something, what is it? Ning Qi asked casually. The ant sword that you mentioned, does she look like this? Great sage Xuanzhen waved his hand, and the surging demon Qi condensed into a human figure in front of him. When Gu Miaoxian saw the appearance, she immediately felt ashamed. That's right, it's Ant Sword. You remember? Where did she go? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. She was taken away, great sage Xuanzhen said softly. Taken away? Who took her away? Ning Qi's voice suddenly turned cold. My memory is very fragmented. I only remember that the person who took her away had a pair of black wings on his back. That's right, his eyes. Before he left, he glanced at me. I remember now. His eyes didn't have the scara, they were completely black. Great sage Xuanzhen's expression changed slightly. The pair of eyes in his memory was extremely terrifying. Now that he thought about it, it gave him lingering fear. Black wings, eyeballs without the scara. Ning Qi frowned slightly. With just these clues, it would be extremely difficult to find traces of Ant Sword in such a huge immortal prison. Husband, did you see the demon clan of the Lucifer tribe? Chapter 1908. 3 years, Lucifer tribe? Homonym or Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The pronunciation of the demon race was different from that of the human race. He was not sure if the Lucifer that Gu Miaoxian mentioned had the same origin as the name he heard on Earth. If it was, Ning Qi would not be surprised. He had seen those beings in the Eastern legends in the Tower of Mind in the Twilight Night elixir vein. Although those were just remnant souls, the alchemy furnace of Taishang Laojun really existed in his package. The fruit of fortune that he had was also obtained from Li Exin. Wasn't her ancestor Taishang Laojun? Fallen angel Lucifer. Lucifer tribe. Miaoxian, did you say Lucifer tribe? Xuanzhen Great Sage was shocked and looked at Gu Miaoxian in disbelief. That's right. There are many clans with wings on their back, but they don't have scara. Their eyes are all black. As far as I know, it seems that only the direct descendants of Lucifer tribe have this appearance. However, there are many ways to change their appearance. It may also be that other demons deliberately changed their appearance like this to deceive people. Gu Miaoxian nodded, and there was a hint of worry in her tone. She didn't believe the latter half of her words. The Lucifer tribe was the orthodox demon clan, and it was a terrifying tribe with a heavenly demon. Which demon clan dared to disguise themselves as them? At the moment, the person who came here with her husband was related to Lucifer tribe. This was what Gu Miaoxian was really worried about. That Bei Xian. If Jian Shilai was captured by Lucifer tribe, then this matter will have to be considered in the long run. Xuanzhen Great Sage smiled bitterly. He was glad that the demon race of Lucifer tribe did not capture him. There was something that Xuanzhen Great Sage did not say. He thought that Ant Sword might have been dead for a long time. The orthodox devil race was very hostile towards the foreign races. Not every orthodox devil race member had a kind heart like his current wife, Gu Miaoxian. Tell me the details of Lucifer tribe. I'm just looking for someone. Maybe I won't have the chance to face them. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Great Sage Xianzhen looked at Gu Miaoxian. Over the past few thousand years, he had spent most of his time cultivating. Hence, Gu Miaoxian had a better understanding of these matters. Gu Miaoxian took a look around and deliberately set up a restrictive spell. Then, she said in a low voice, "The Devil Tribe has 3 big tribes and 4 big cities. These 7 forces are currently the strongest existence of the Devil Tribe. The Lucifer Tribe is one of the 3 big tribes and is the orthodox Devil Tribe. Speaking of which, my Bone Sea Tribe is also a vassal of the Lucifer Tribe. The Lucifer Tribe not only has a heavenly devil ancestor, but also 13 earth devil ancestors, countless human devil stage experts, millions of ordinary demons, and 30 vassal tribes. Not only was the Lucifer Tribe strong, but there were also thousands of vassal tribes. Among them, 30 tribes were not weaker than the Spirit Void Tribe. The Bone Sea Tribe was one of these 30 tribes, the Flame Demon Tribe. Just under the Flame Demon Tribe, there were more than 20 tribes that were equivalent to the Bone Sea Tribe. The Bone Sea Tribe's position was extremely low, because among those tribes, there were experts at the great perfection of human devil, and some had experts at the late stage of human devil. The leader of the Bone Sea Tribe was only in existence at the middle stage of human devil. So, if that Aunt Jian was really captured by the Devil Tribe of the Lucifer Tribe, I'm afraid Gu Miaoxian was not very optimistic. Of course we have to find him, Ningqi said faintly. Beixian, let's do it this way. Miaoxian and I will return to the Bone Sea Tribe first and use our relationship to inquire about it. If there is any news, I will tell you immediately. However, when there is no news, don't act rashly, okay? Great Sage Xianzhen looked at Ningqi and said seriously. Although his past memories had disappeared, he could now feel the blood in his body, and there was a faint connection between him and Ningqi. He didn't want to see Ningqi go to the Lucifer Tribe without permission and end up being suppressed. 3 years. If you still can't find any news after 3 years, then I will use my own method. Ningqi thought for a while and nodded. 3 years. Okay. Great Sage Xianzhen thought for a while and nodded. Then he immediately got up and said to Gu Miaoxian, Miaoxian, let's go back. Well, I'm leaving too. Remember to inform me if there is any news. Ningqi smiled and turned to leave. You just met. Beixian, don't you want to say a few more words? Gu Miaoxian hesitated for a while and looked at Ningqi's back. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Great Sage Xianzhen smiled. After a pause he said, he doesn't seem to like me very much. It seems that I was really not competent enough before. Great Sage Xianzhen smiled bitterly. At the alliance of mountains and seas. As soon as Ningqi returned, he was caught by Dabulu who was squatting at the door. Young Master Beixian, the alliance leader wants to see you. Dabulu said respectfully. Well, just say that I'm not free. If there is anything, just tell Miss Qingyue. She is the captain. Ningqi said. After saying that, he returned to the small courtyard of the Breaking Moon Squad and hid in the room. Dabulu saw this and went to find Zi Qingyue. He doesn't want to see the alliance leader? Zi Qingyue murmured to herself. Well, I see that young Master Beixian is lazy. It's normal that he doesn't want to see the alliance leader. Dabulu nodded. That's good. Zi Qingyue's eyes flashed with a smile. Not long after, Zi Qingyue came to the courtyard where Nayland Shanhai lived. This was the center of the Mountain Sea Alliance, and there were 2 rows of demonic creatures guarding the entrance. Although these demonic creatures were not demons, their aura was not weaker than Zi Qingyue and the others. They were in different forms, some looked like wild beasts, and some were half-human. As the alliance leader of the Mountain Sea Alliance and an early-stage human-demon expert, Nayland Shanhai had his own demonic servant. When Nayland Shanhai heard that Zi Qingyue had arrived, he personally went to greet her. But when he saw that Zi Qingyue was not with Ningqi, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Little brother Beixian is not back yet? Nayland Shanhai asked. Alliance leader, young Master Beixian is back, but he seems to be in seclusion. If you want to see him, can you wait a few more days? Zi Qingyue said with a smile. That's fine. Tell him to come whenever he has time. Nayland Shanhai snorted coldly in his heart, but on the surface there was a faint smile, as if he didn't mind Ning Qi's rudeness. He was an early-stage human demon expert, and he wanted to see a demon who was not yet in the human demon stage, but Ning Qi was in seclusion as an excuse. Obviously, Ning Qi looked down on him. Chapter 1909. Hidden Cultivator City. A few days later, Ning Qi walked out of his room. Duo Lu and the other two had been guarding this place. When they saw Ning Qi, they immediately put on a flattering smile. Lady Qingyue and the rest don't seem to be here? Ning Qi's spiritual will moved and asked the three. Duo Lu quickly answered, Lord Bei Xian, Lady Qingyue and the rest went to Hidden Cultivator City. Hidden Cultivator City? Ning Qi thought that Zi Qingyue and the rest had left Yanshan City. After asking a few more questions, he found out that Hidden Cultivator City was an inner city in the eastern district of Yanshan City. It was similar to a demonic land with abundant demonic qi. Cultivating there was much faster than cultivating outside. However, the trashiest seat in Hidden Cultivator City cost 1 low-grade demonic crystal a day. 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to half a year in the outside world. A good seat cost hundreds of low-grade demonic crystals a day. But only the 7 late-stage demonic masters could afford it. Even an ordinary early-stage demonic master like Nayland Shanhai couldn't bear to go there. After all, a month of cultivation would cost tens of thousands of low-grade demonic crystals. The benefits were actually not as good as those trashiest seat. It could only save some cultivation time. Who opened this Hidden Cultivator City? Ning Qi's eyes moved. Du Lu said, I heard that it was opened by Yanshan City's lord, revered mountain demon King Pain. Ning Qi nodded. Hidden Cultivator City was very suitable for his cultivation. However, he needed to pay demonic crystals to enter. He only had the 500 low-grade demonic crystals that Nayland Shanhai gave him. He might not be able to find a good seat in Hidden Cultivator City for a few days. With a thought, Ning Qi looked at Duo Lu and the other two with a faint smile. You guys have been following me for some time. Try these 3 elixirs. Ning Qi took out 3 elixirs. These were elixirs suitable for Do Dan to Transcendence realm cultivators. They were useless for Creator. It was a good test for his idea. Duo Lu and the other two revealed looks of pleasant surprise. They hurriedly took the pills and popped them into their mouths without even looking at them. In less than 3 breaths of time, their faces turned ashen and they let out a long and stinky fart. Lord Bei Xian, are you punishing us? Duo Lu said bitterly. Not only did the pill have no effect on their cultivation, but their stomachs also turned upside down after taking it. If they hadn't farted, the 3 of them would probably have found a place to squat. Let's try these. Ning Qi covered his nose and smiled as he took out the other 3 pills. Duo Lu and the other 2 swallowed it with bitter expressions, only to let out another smelly fart. At this moment, they were sure that Ning Qi was punishing them. After all, when they were in the Devil Land, they did not accompany Ning Qi, but retreated with Zi Qingyue and the others. If it was a more hot-tempered demon lord, perhaps the 3 of them would have been dead by now. Thinking of this, the 3 of them felt grateful to Ning Qi. Lord Bei Xian was such a kind-hearted demon to punish them in such a way. The experiment lasted for a whole day. Ning Qi was finally sure that the pills refined with immortal qi could not be consumed by demonic creatures. As for the devil race, he believed that the result would be similar. Looks like I'll have to find a few pill recipes that can be used by the devil race, Ning Qi muttered to himself. He planned to earn enough demonic crystals to stay in Hidden Cultivator City for several years. Since he knew that there was such a place in Yen Mountain City, Ning Qi naturally would not let it go. He only needed about 20 million creation points to break through to the 8 Tribulation Creator realm. At that time, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Coupled with his current terrifying strength, he should be able to reach a realm similar to the early-stage human devil. Ning-Chi immersed himself in the dragon-slaying maul and carefully searched through it several times. In the end, he found countless pill recipes, but not a single one for the devil race. The system is not omnipotent, Ning-Chi sighed in his heart. Not only was he not disappointed, but he was also happy. This was enough to prove that the existence behind the system might not be able to touch the devil race's continent. Some of his guesses were confirmed at this moment. You guys go and rest. I'll go out for a walk. Ning-Chi smiled at Duo Lu and the other two, then turned and left. Duo Lu and the other two were a little weak. Seeing this, they immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw a trace of joy in each other's eyes at having escaped. After strolling around Yen Mountain City for half a day, Ning-Chi saw many shops selling pills along the way. When he saw one, he would go in and take a look. Gradually, he had a preliminary understanding of the pills in the devil race's continent. Devil pills were divided into 3 grades and 12 qualities: void, solid, and yang. Each grade was divided into low, medium, high, and supreme grade. Compared to the central mainland, the pills in the devil race's continent were definitely of a higher grade. They should be comparable to those in the celestial race's continent. With Ning-Chi's alchemy skills, he might not be able to have a 100% success rate like before. After strolling through so many shops selling pills, Ning-Chi had only seen high-grade void pills at most. He had not even seen a solid pill. The price of that high-grade void pill was as high as 500 low-grade demonic crystals. It could allow one to cultivate for more than 500 days in the lowest position in Hidden Cultivator City. However, the effects of this void pill were not just for show. It was much stronger than the Supreme Nine Dragons pill that Ning-Chi had refined. After all, the two places were at different levels. The rules of the Heavenly Tao were also different. The Supreme Nine Dragons pill in the central mainland was at most similar to a low-grade void pill here. A high-grade void pill can be sold for 500 low-grade demonic crystals. What kind of pill recipes can I buy with 500 low-grade demonic crystals? In front of Ning-Chi stood an incomparably huge building. This was the eastern district of Yen Mountain City. After walking a few more streets, he would arrive at Hidden Cultivator City. This building was called the Yen Mountain Auction House. It was also the property of Demon King Pain. It was said that the 7 late-stage demon lords all had shares in it. Ning-Chi had asked a demon before. The demon had said that not only were supreme-grade void pills for sale, but also pill recipes. One could even buy various secret treasures. Below the demonic artifacts were the secret treasures. Previously, the speed at which Ning-Chi absorbed demonic aura in the devil race was too terrifying. Thus, people misunderstood that he was hiding secret treasures on him. Demonic artifacts were much more precious than secret treasures. Demons with slightly lower cultivation did not even dare to think in this direction. Later, when Ghost Demon arrived, he thought that Ning-Chi had a demonic artifact on him. Should I sell one of the War Demon set for demonic crystals? Oh, that's not very good. The War Demon set was still somewhat useful for Ning-Chi's current combat strength. Thus, it was not worthwhile to sell it. After thinking about it, Ning-Chi decided to sell one thing: the Immortal Slaying Demonic Gourd. Chapter 1910. North Moon Cold Autumn. The Yen Mountain Auction Center was very large. The first floor was divided into many regions, basically selling items of relatively low quality, such as low-grade hollow pills. Moreover, most of them were healing hollow pills. Hollow pills that could increase cultivation were basically all sold on the second floor. The first floor was bustling with demons and demonic beings, bustling with activity. Reaching the second floor, it immediately became much quieter. Further up, there were fewer and fewer people, and their cultivations became stronger and stronger. Ning Qi made his way to the fourth floor unobstructed. The demons on this floor were basically all demon masters on the same level as Zi Qingyue. As soon as Ning Qi entered the hall on the fourth floor, the demons nearby all looked towards him. Their eyes revealed a sliver of respect and fear. A few days ago, when Ning Qi defeated young Master Yang Go, there were at least 1,000 demons from the various alliances present. The news had already spread through Yen Mountain City a long time ago. To be able to defeat a prodigy who was a half-step demon human like Yang Go, he could basically roam unhindered among the younger generation of Yen Mountain City. Young Master North Profound, what a coincidence! A female demon walked over to Ning Qi with a smile. Yeah. Ning Qi glanced past Jialan indifferently and could not help but frown. Go take a bath when you have time. With that, he walked past Jialan. When Jialan heard that, her face immediately darkened. Seeing this, many of the female demons present could not help but giggle, looking at Jialan with schadenfreude. You damned bastard, I'll let you run wild for a few more days. Humph, you've offended young Master Yang Go, so why don't you leave Yen Mountain City immediately? There'll be a day when you suffer. Jialan felt like she had been humiliated by Ning Qi. Her eyes were filled with fury as she stared at Ning Qi's back coldly. Stop! A cold call rang out from behind Ning Qi. It's North Moon Cold Autumn. Why has she come? Looks like she's here to stand up for Yang Go? There's going to be a show to watch. North Moon Cold Autumn is the most favored prodigy of the North Moon clan, one of Sir Northman's favorite daughters. If she really wants to stand up for Yang Go, the Northern Profound Demon race might not be able to get off easy. The one who shouted coldly was a female demon. She didn't look old, and her skin was snow-white. If it weren't for her red pupils, she would look no different from a human. When Jialan saw North Moon Lingqiu, a sliver of surprise and joy immediately appeared in her eyes. Which demon in Yen Mountain City did not know about the engagement between North Moon Lingqiu and Yang Go? Half a year later would be the day of their wedding, and with North Moon Lingqiu's temper, he was renowned for being protective of his people. He would definitely avenge Yang Go today. You'll be fine if you get hooked, but if you touch a single hair on North Moon Lingqiu today, the North Moon family will definitely suppress you. Let's see what you can do. Jialan looked at Ning Qi mockingly and thought to himself, what's up? Ning Qi turned around and looked at North Moon Lingqiu indifferently. Brother Yanggo's injuries were caused by you? North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi with a cold expression. It should be, if he hasn't fought with anyone else in the past few days. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Yang Go has already entered seclusion. How can he fight with others? Do you know that we were supposed to get married half a year later? North Moon Lingqiu's eyes were filled with fury. Oh, Ning Qi smiled. So what? So what? How can you say something like that? You've delayed my wedding indefinitely. Don't you feel the slightest bit guilty? North Moon Lingqiu almost could not help but attack him. However, her remaining sliver of rationality told her that she might not be Ning Qi's opponent. You're a person with a princess syndrome. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. If it's guilt, perhaps not. Did you come looking for me just to say this? Are you done? Then I'll be leaving. With that, Ning Qi turned around and left. He planned on going to the 5th floor to take a look. You're not allowed to leave. Seeing how nonchalant Ning Qi was, North Moon Lingqiu finally could not hold back her fury anymore. A streak of black light swept out from her hand, attacking Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned around abruptly and assumed his demonic form. Demon Qi surged out. At that moment, his bearing became extremely evil. An aura that far exceeded that of a half-step human demon filled the hall on the 4th floor. The demons nearby seemed to be unable to endure it, subconsciously taking a few steps back. An old man just happened to be walking down from the 5th floor. After sensing the aura, he looked at Ning Qi in surprise. North Moon Lingqiu looked into Ning Qi's eyes and stood there blankly. A sliver of fear gradually appeared on her face, and her body trembled slightly. What a terrifying aura! No wonder young Master Yang Go isn't his opponent. I don't think anyone in the younger generation of Yenshan City can compare to him, unless those guys who've already reached early human demon take action. However, with their prideful personalities they might not bully the weak like this. This guy. Jialan clenched her fists tightly. Faint fear filled her eyes. Ning Qi's current appearance and aura were just too terrifying. Even though she stood so far away, she still felt her heart tremble. Lungqiu, what brings you here to your Grandpa Lu? A resonant voice rang out. Everyone felt a wave of warmth wash over them, diluting the coldness from Ning Qi. An early human demon expert, Ning Qi smiled and dispersed his demonic form. His aura returned to that of a harmless person. Only then did North Moon Lingqiu return to his senses from the fear from before. His gaze towards Ning Qi carried a sliver of lingering fear, as well as a sliver of embarrassment and anger. Why would I be frightened by him? North Moon Lingqiu thought rather unwillingly. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the old man. He walked between Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu with a chuckle. He first smiled kindly at Ning Qi before looking at North Moon Lingqiu. Grandpa Lu. North Moon Lingqiu's expression was still rather ugly, but she still bowed to the old man. Even her father, a great late human demon expert, would not dare to disrespect the old man before her, as the old man's status was very high. He was the elder brother of the demon king of Mount Supremacy, Pain, and was in charge of the auction in Yenshan City. Even her father had to show him respect. Lungqiu, is there some misunderstanding between you and this little brother? Luriel chuckled. North Moon Lingqiu immediately explained her grievances. Luriel's smile did not change. After listening, he smiled. It's a battle, after all. There will always be winners and losers. Don't worry. Once the wedding day arrives, I'll personally call that kid Yango out. Really? North Moon Lingqiu was overjoyed. Of course. When has Grandpa Lu ever lied to you? Luriel chuckled. North Moon Lingqiu immediately smiled happily and thanked Luriel profusely. Afterwards, she glared viciously at Ning Qi before turning around and leaving. Little brother, you must be quite skilled to be able to defeat that kid Yango. Luriel smiled at Ning Qi after North Moon Lingqiu had left. Chapter 1911. Enchanter, you flatter me, senior. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Haha, little brother, are you here at my Yen Mountain auction house to buy or sell something? Luriel said with a smile. Selling a secret treasure. Ning Qi smiled. When the demons on the fourth floor heard this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. They thought to themselves that this young man really had an extraordinary background. He was willing to sell a secret treasure so casually. For the demon clan, secret treasures were very rare. After all, even the experts of the human devil stage mostly used secret treasures. The competition was fierce. The secret treasures that could fall into the hands of ordinary demon clan members were basically of very low quality. They either had extremely low attacking power or had cracks on them and were about to break. Among the demon clan members present, many of them had even obtained a secret treasure not long ago through various channels. They couldn't afford the secret treasures sold in the Yen Mountain auction house. Moreover, the price-performance ratio wasn't that high. They would rather wait for the right time and buy it from the black market or from others. Of course, the best way was to rob. If you saw a guy with a lower cultivation level than you outside of Yen Mountain City holding a secret treasure, don't be polite and just take it. I don't know what grade of artifact it is. Why don't you take it out for me to see? A hint of curiosity flashed across Lolier's eyes. He had been worrying about how he could inquire about Ning Qi's origins, but now he could judge the strength of the force behind him through the artifact he had taken out. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly, and the celestial execution demonic gourd appeared in his hand. At this moment, the sound of saliva being swallowed rang out in the hall on the 4th floor. Greedy eyes like wolves fell on the celestial execution demonic gourd. If Ning Qi's strength was not so much stronger than theirs, perhaps many of the demon race would not be able to restrain themselves and directly rush forward to snatch it. The whole Zhu Xian demonic gourd exuded a faint demonic aura, and from the appearance there were no flaws. This was no longer in the category of defective goods. Regardless of how powerful this artifact was, its quality alone was enough to make the demon race masters present envious. As long as it wasn't artificially damaged, this artifact could definitely be used for a very, very long time. It was far more valuable than the defective artifacts in their hands that would shatter after thousands of times of use. Loliere took it and examined it carefully, a dignified look flashing in the depths of his eyes. This artifact was of very good quality, and its body had not suffered any damage. There was also an elusive aura coming from it that made one's heart palpitate. That was because Ning Qi had used the immortal Qi to refine the immortal vanquishing devil gourd. The remaining immortal Qi had already fused with the immortal vanquishing devil gourd, which was why Rulier felt his heart palpitate. Demonic aura was extremely harmful to the celestial race. Conversely, the immortal Qi was also extremely effective against the demon race. Even though it couldn't immortalize the demon race like demonic aura could, it could be seen from the fact that Duo Lu and the rest had diarrhea when they swallowed those ordinary pills. Although Duo Lu and the rest did not have high cultivation levels, they were at the level of 4th or 5th tribulation creator in the central mainland. The pills they swallowed were merely refined by Ning Qi when he was at the Transcendence realm, so there was not much immortal Qi in them. How much do you intend to sell this artifact for, little brother? I would like to buy it directly. Loliere retracted his gaze from the immortal vanquishing devil gourd and looked at Ning Qi. Senior, please state your price. If it's suitable, I'll sell it. Ning Qi smiled. 2,000 low-grade demonic crystals. What do you think, little brother? Loliere thought for a moment and stated his price. Hiss, the demons nearby all gasped. 2,000 low-grade demonic crystals. How long would it take for them to earn that kind of wealth? Artifacts of average quality were sold for between 500 and 1,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Artifacts of better quality were sold for about 1,500 low-grade demonic crystals. Loliere stated a sky-high price of 2,000 low-grade demonic crystals, which meant that the quality of this artifact was very good. Jealousy, envy, and all kinds of gazes fell on Ning Qi. There were even a few cold gazes that alternated with each other as they quietly left the Yen Mountain auction house. Deal. Ning Qi smiled. When Loliere saw that Ning Qi did not bargain, he laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Good. Little brother is really straightforward. After that, he kept the immortal vanquishing devil gourd and took out a leather bag and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi scanned it with his divine sense. There were exactly 2,000 low-grade demonic crystals in it. Little brother, other than artifacts, my Yen Mountain auction house also has many elixirs. I wonder if you're interested? Loliere said with a smile. Since the other party had taken out an artifact to sell, it showed that he had even more artifacts on him. Urier had heard that when Ning Qi fought with Yang Go, he had not taken out this gourd-like artifact, so naturally he did not think that Ning Qi would be interested in the artifacts of his Yen Mountain auction house. Then, he could only make a fuss about elixirs. Loliere felt the pinch after spending 2,000 low-grade demonic crystals. He had to think of a way to earn it back from Ning Qi. Senior, I heard that you have everything here? Ning Qi smiled. Loliere's eyes lit up. Come, let's talk upstairs. After that, he pulled Ning Qi and walked towards the 5th floor. The demons in the hall on the 4th floor, who had just perked up their ears, immediately looked at the back of the two in disappointment. They also wanted to know how Ningqi was going to spend this sum of demonic crystals. Looks like our Yen Mountain City will have another young master. His ranking should be above Yang Go and the other three. I thought that North Moon Lungqiu would be able to teach him a lesson today, but it was resolved by Lord Loliere. If he was more familiar with Lord Loliere, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in Yen Mountain City? Sigh. Everyone felt jealous and envious, as well as a hint of indignation. Jiaolan stared at Ningqi's back. Only when he disappeared from her sight did she turn around and leave. In a private room on the 5th floor. What? Little brother, you want to buy elixir recipes? Are you a demon refinement master? Loliere looked Ningqi up and down in disbelief. Demon refinement master? Is that what the demons call pill refinement masters? There's no end to learning. I'm just rather interested in this area. Ningqi smiled. Little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. It's not easy to be a demon refinement master. You were able to defeat Yang Go, which means that your cultivation talent is very strong. It's better to be focused. Many prodigies have tried to become demon refinement masters in the past, but ended up wasting their cultivation. Now they're neither strong nor weak, vanishing into the masses. Loliere treated Ningqi as a young demon who wanted to become a demon refinement master. After all, he had lived for so long and had seen many prodigies of the demon race like Ningqi. Basically, they were all extremely proud of themselves, feeling that they had the ability to hold two jobs at the same time. However, how many of them succeeded in the end? Chapter 1912. An auction. Loliere persuaded Ningqi earnestly for a long time. In the end, Ningqi only smiled and said nothing. He sighed in his heart. He knew that Ningqi wouldn't listen to his advice. Only by breaking the wall would Ningqi turn back. All right, little brother. Elixir recipes are very precious. Even our Yen Mountain auction house doesn't have them. However, there is an auction tonight. As far as I know, there will be a total of 3 elixir recipes. However, these elixir recipes are incomplete. They are missing some crucial parts. After all, no demon refinement master will take out complete elixir recipes to sell. Even if they do, the price will be terrifying, Loliere said. Incomplete elixir recipes. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Such elixir recipes seemed to be suitable for him. With his current wealth, he couldn't afford a complete elixir recipe. As for which crucial parts were missing, he could go to the top cultivation training field to slowly study them. There was still an alchemy emperor's remnant soul cultivating in the creation field. When the time came, he could also call alchemy emperor devouring dragon out. The two of them could study the elixir recipes of the demon race together. It would take at least 2 to 10 years. To the outside world, it would only be a few days. Loliere seemed to think highly of Ningqi. He personally arranged a room for Ningqi to rest until tonight. Ningqi had a good impression of him because he had taken the time to ask the other staff members. They didn't know what would be auctioned tonight. If Loliere hadn't told Ningqi that there would be elixir recipes tonight, Ningqi might have missed these elixir recipes. In the room, Ningqi's mind moved slightly. A piece of white paper appeared in front of him. Then, he grasped the air with his fingers. Faint immortal chi surged out and condensed into a writing brush. He put the brush down. A third of a word was drawn. The white paper and writing brush turned into ashes with a bang. Ningqi felt the blood in his body surge. His physical body, which was countless times stronger than before, was in a dull pain. It was as if his muscles were being torn apart by some mysterious power. He didn't realize that a whirlpool had condensed in the air above his room. However, as the writing brush and paper exploded, the whirlpool immediately disappeared. Several pairs of eyes in Yen Mountain City suddenly looked up at the sky. Their eyes revealed a trace of doubt. In the room, Ningqi sighed softly. When Shengong Immortal Lord wanted to possess him, the system showed him 9 marks. The first one was the word jiang. He did not expect that even though his cultivation had improved a lot, he still could not draw out this word. What exactly does that character represent? Is it the existence of a person, or the existence of a power? Regardless of what it is, they actually have the ability to influence the natural laws of the heavenly Taos. It's truly terrifying. Compared to them, I'm nothing but an ant. Soon, it was nighttime. A special staff came to remind Ningqi that the auction was about to begin. Under his guidance, Ningqi came to a hall from another passage. Inside, there were about hundreds of devils sitting in groups of 3 to 5. Seeing Ningqi's arrival, they all cast their eyes on him. It's the junior who defeated Yang Go. He's also participating in the auction? I heard that he sold an artifact to Uriel today. Could there be something he wants at the auction? Interesting. Ningqi casually picked a seat and sat down. The devil tribe was different from the central mainland. In the central mainland, those who participated in auctions would more or less have to conceal their identities. But now, these guys openly showed their true faces. Maybe it was because Yen Mountain City had a written rule that prevented people from robbing after leaving the Yen Mountain auction house? The devils in the hall were sizing up Ningqi, and Ningqi was also sizing them up. Their gazes met one by one, looking at each devil's attribute. In their opinion, Ningqi was showing off. In their hearts, the degree of arrogance of Ningqi once again increased by a level. The most famous half-step human demons in Yen Mountain City were indeed Yang Go and the other 3. But that was because they were young and belonged to the genius level. However, there were many half-step human demons of the older generation. There were quite a few of them in the hall. Moreover, some of them were at the early stage of the human demon and even the middle stage of the human demon. Therefore, they were not that afraid of Ningqi. They just regarded him as a talented junior genius. If they really fought, many of them felt that they could crush Ningqi with one finger. Young Master Beixian, you are also here to participate in this auction? A few devil squads walked in. When they saw Ningqi, their eyes lit up. Ningqi felt that they looked familiar. He should have seen them in the Mountain and Sea Alliance. After chuckling and chatting for a while, this group of fellows excitedly sat down beside Ningqi, as if they were very familiar with each other. Not long after, when the auction was about to start, another 3 people came together. Dao En, Pingtian, Kong Yen? The 3 of them are also here to participate in this auction? Could it be that they received news that there is a treasure that is worth their attention? The devils in the hall were thinking quickly. Although Dao En and the other 2 were only half-step human demons, their backgrounds were very strong. They could not be taken lightly. Even the middle-stage human demon experts looked at the 3 fearfully. They felt a little uneasy. If the 3 of them also wanted that item, their wealth might not even be comparable to that of these 3 juniors. When Dao En and the other 2 saw that Ningqi was also here, they were slightly startled. Then, they smiled and went straight to the seats in the front and sat down. On the way, they greeted the devils around them. When the auction started, the door behind them was tightly shut. At the same time, Ningqi felt a surge of demonic qi coming from the surrounding walls, instantly enveloping the entire hall. This was a defensive forbidden technique, a bit like the cage that Sheepshead had used before. Judging from the intensity of the demonic qi, the cultivation of the person who set up the forbidden technique should not be simple. If he did not have the Dragon Slayer saber, Ningqi might not have the confidence to forcibly break through. Naturally, it would not be easy for the people outside to force their way in. On the high platform at the end of the hall, a devil with an early-stage human demon aura appeared. He wore black clothes and had a faint smile on his face. Obviously, he was the host of this auction. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Yen Mountain Auction House has a total of 33 treasures for auction. Just like before, the best items will be left for last. Now, let's start the auction of the first item. This is an ancient elixir recipe. Chapter 1913. Raise the price. Someone is actually auctioning a pill formula this time? But from the looks of it, it seems like it's been a long time. It's full of potholes, and I wonder how many crucial places are missing. No wonder the starting price is only 300 magical crystals. If I'm lucky enough, I might be able to obtain a complete pill formula. However, the possibility is too low. 350. Finally, a devil raised the price by 50 devil crystals. He looked indifferent, obviously not planning to bid for this damaged pill recipe. As a result, after he made his bid, the hall became somewhat silent. The demon revealed a trace of panic on his face as he looked around. No one wants it? Wouldn't he have to spend 350 magic crystals to buy a pill recipe that he wouldn't be able to understand? 350 magic crystals going once, the host said with a smile. The demon race cultivator's face was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been so shameless. He could only wait until he obtained the pill formula and see if it had any value. If it didn't, he could find an opportunity to auction it off somewhere else. Perhaps he wouldn't lose too much. 350 magic crystals going twice, 400. Everyone looked at Ningqi in unison, their gazes slightly strange. Child Beishian, there's no point in buying this recipe. That's right. 400 mana crystals isn't a small amount. The devils from the Alliance of Mountains and Seas sitting near Ningqi all tried to persuade him otherwise. If Ningqi bought the pill formula today, he would definitely be ridiculed, and the Mountain Sea Alliance would lose face along with him. The devil who had offered the first price was overjoyed. He breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Ningqi gloatingly. He didn't expect that at such a critical time there would be such a man who would take over his troublesome elixir recipe. Finally, he wouldn't lose money. Could this kid be a demon refinement master? I don't think so. When Yenshan City took out this pill recipe for auction, they must have asked the 3 great demonic refinement masters of Yenshan City to take a look at it. Only when they determined that it was worthless would they put it up for auction. If this young man is a demonic refinement master, it is impossible that he didn't know this. Is this guy really going to walk this path? Not everyone can become a fiendish refiner. In one of the VIP rooms, Luriel looked at Ningqi with a bitter smile. Beside him sat 3 middle-aged demons, and their auras were similar to Luriel's. I heard that he's from the North Xian clan. Have you heard of this clan? Or was there a fiendish refiner who came from the Beishian clan? Never. Heh, the 3 of us work together to appraise this elixir recipe. It's missing the most crucial steps, so it's completely worthless. This little guy actually wants to buy it and study it? You're really daydreaming. Lord Laurier, you mentioned earlier that he wants to become a magical forge master, right? I can see that this kid is talented in cultivation, but whether or not he can become a devil refiner is still uncertain. This path is too difficult. That's why I asked you guys to come and take a look. After he fails a few times, you guys can help me persuade him. Rurier said. This, all right. The 3 of them looked at each other, and a trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes. Lord Uriel was the elder brother of the Devil King Pain. How could he care so much about this kid? Had they really overlooked something? The Beishian clan, 400 magic crystals going once. 400 magical crystals going twice. On the stage, the host was about to make the final call. 450 low-grade magic crystals. Not far away, a young demon said plainly. After bidding, he looked at Ningqi with a slightly provocative look. Ningqi looked at his attributes and realized that this person's surname was also Yang. Is that young Master Yang Go's cousin? That's right. Looks like the Yang family is going to get revenge for Yang Go this time. How can the Yang family be so sore losers? It's clearly just a grudge between the younger generation. This kind of small fight is nothing. Young Master Baixian, just give this trash elixir recipe to the Yang family. A few demons near Ning Qi reminded Ning Qi in a low voice after recognizing the other party's background. 500 low-grade magic crystals. Ning Qi said plainly. 550. Continue bidding if you dare. Yang Yingui looked at Ning Qi provocatively and sneered. 1,000 low-grade magic crystals. Ning Qi glanced at him plainly. 1,000 low-grade magic crystals? Many demons gasped and looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Just to get revenge, he's asking for 1,000 low-grade magic crystals? He's treating money like nothing. Yang Yingui was stunned. Just when he was about to continue bidding, he sneered at Ning Qi, trying to scam me? If you want this lousy elixir recipe, I'll give it to you. Haha, spending 1,000 low-grade magic crystals for an incomplete elixir recipe. No wonder you're a country bumpkin from a declining family. Increase the price if you can afford it. Shut up if you can't. Where do you think this is? Ning Qi looked at Yang Yingui plainly. Who said I can't afford it? Yang Yingui said angrily. He couldn't take out 30 to 50,000 low-grade magic crystals, but 3 to 5,000 wasn't a problem. After all, he was from one of the major families in Yanshan City, the Yang family. Then bid. Ning Qi said plainly. Trying to trick me? No way. Yang Yingui immediately reacted and gloated at Ning Qi. I'll give this elixir recipe to you. Ha! Oh, so you can't afford it. Ning Qi said plainly. Seeing his expression, Yang Yingui couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted to continue bidding, but his rationality didn't allow him to. 1,000 low-grade magic crystals going once, 1,000 low-grade magic crystals going thrice sold. The host on the high platform wasn't affected by the conversation between Ning Qi and Yang Yingui. After the deal was settled, he immediately took out the second item. If you don't want this elixir recipe anymore, you can sell it to me. I can give you 5 low-grade magic crystals. Yang Yingui transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. I hope you won't regret it. Ning Qi smiled. Regret? Yang Yingui's eyes were filled with mockery. In the VIP room. He's too impulsive. With this kind of mentality, I'm afraid he's not suitable to be a demonic refinement master. Indeed. The 3 demonic refinement masters of Yanshan City looked at each other and expressed their opinions on Ning Qi. But Lolier smiled and said, young people should be a little hot-blooded. Lord Lolier seems to have taken a liking to this kid. The 3 were slightly stunned, but they were more certain of their guesses. Since that was the case, they would give Lolier some face and find an opportunity to let this kid know that he couldn't become a demonic refinement master. Young Master Baixian is too impulsive. He shouldn't have increased the price just now. That way, he wouldn't have wasted 1,000 magic crystals and offended the Yang family. The demons of the Mountain and Sea Alliance thought. Chapter 1914. The Woman in the Crystal. The auction was coming to an end. However, Ning Qi noticed that the mid-stage human-demon experts were more energetic than before. In addition to them, there were many devils present who subconsciously straightened their backs and looked at the host on the high platform with shining eyes. Yang Yingui was one of them. His attention had originally been focused on Ning Qi, constantly mocking him. However, when the second-to-last item was bought, his attention suddenly shifted from Ning Qi to the host. He seemed to be very interested in the last item to appear on the stage. Dao En, Ping Tian, and Kong Yen, the 3 prodigies who were as famous as Yang Go, were also focused on the high platform. No wonder a small auction like this would attract mid-stage human-demon experts. So they had insider information as well. Ning Qi came to a realization and looked at the high platform with interest. Next is the last item. I believe many of you are here for her, The host revealed a mysterious smile on his face. At this moment, a few demons carried an item covered by a red cloth to the high platform. From their strenuous expressions, it was obvious that the item was not light. Boom! The item landed on the ground with a loud bang. Ningqi felt the floor shake. The host gently grabbed the red cloth and pulled it. The item inside was immediately reflected in everyone's eyes. Ningqi was slightly stunned. It was an item that looked like a transparent crystal. However, there was a woman sitting cross-legged in the crystal. Her clothes were similar to those of the central mainland, except that they looked older. It was hard to tell whether the woman was dead or alive. Her eyes were closed and she looked very lifelike. Upon closer inspection, one could see that even the hair on her face was lifelike. What's that? Why is there a woman inside? She doesn't look like one of us demons? She's not a demon either. Many demons in the hall looked at the crystal and the woman on the high platform in confusion. They did not know the origin of this item. However, Ningqi sensed that Yang Ingui, Duane, and the other two, as well as those mid-stage human devil experts, and many other demons revealed a hint of joy on their faces after seeing this item. Obviously, their target today was this item. Master! I can smell Master's aura! Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon's voice rang in Ningqi's mind. He was extremely excited. Master? Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor, don't be agitated. Are you sure you can smell your master's aura? I'm sure. Are we in an immortal prison? The Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor's voice was incomparably certain. Because he had been in seclusion to prevent his remnant soul from dissipating, he was a little doubtful. That's right. We are indeed in the immortal prison. Beixian, let me out. I want to see what Master looks like. Is she beside you now? Let's wait for a while. She might be different from what you imagined. Calm down first. When the time is right, I'll let you out. Ningqi looked at the woman in the crystal with a strange expression. If this was the Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor's master, then perhaps he would already be a corpse. What opportunity? The Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor wanted to ask again, but Ningqi cut off the connection between them. The Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor could only stay in the creation domain and worry. Everyone, this ancient demon stone has just been excavated recently. It was specially sent from the giant worm tribe. Many of you should know what it is, but some of you don't. Let me explain. Every period, there will be many foreign existences appearing in our world due to various reasons. For example, the Variant Demon Clan. They were formed by these existences. But did everyone turn into the Variant Demon Clan? Not necessarily. Some existences are unwilling to become a member of our great demon clan. When the demonic chi invades their bodies, they will use their cultivation to seal themselves and enter a state of suspended animation, waiting to be resurrected in the future. This ancient devil stone contains a foreign cultivator. If you buy it and break the seal, you'll obtain a foreign cultivator who hasn't been demonized. She might have knowledge that can help you break through your current cultivation level. She might have something that can be used to refine secret treasures. You might be able to find out from her what the world she lives in is like. You might even be able to obtain the key to that world from her. In short, she has various uses. According to the appraisal, this foreign cultivator's cultivation base should be similar to the ordinary sky prides of the tribes before she sealed herself. She hasn't even reached the early stage of the human devil yet. Therefore, her starting price is 50,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Everyone, please bid. The auctioneer said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Daoan, Ping Tian, Kong Yen, Yang Ingui, and all the other middle-stage human devils and early-stage human devils present started bidding. The scene was extremely lively, and the price instantly rose from the starting price of 50,000 to close to 100,000 low-grade demonic crystals. The rest of the demon clan was dumbfounded. They didn't expect there to be such a thing in this world. They were really ignorant. Sealed herself? Doesn't that mean she might still be alive? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Since I've promised you, I'll take her down today no matter what. Ning Qi looked at the combat demon glove in his hand. If necessary, he would pawn this demonic artifact. After all, he had promised Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon that he would help him find the whereabouts of his master. He couldn't go back on his words. The Yang family bids 110,000. The existence in this ancient demon stone is not very strong. She isn't even in the human demon realm. I hope you won't compete with the Yang family for it. Yang Ingui offered a sky-high price of 110,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Then, he glanced at the crowd and said calmly. Yang Ingui's words frightened many people, including those existences in the intermediate stage of human devil realm. Although they didn't take Yang Ingui seriously, Yang Ingui's great-uncle, who was also Yang Go's father, Yang Mo, was a late-stage human devil expert. Yenshan City didn't have any peak human devil expert, only Zunshan Demon King Pain, who was an early-stage Earth devil ancestor. Therefore, these existences in the intermediate stage human devil realm had to consider the consequences of competing with the Yang clan for this ancient demon stone. After Yang Ingui mentioned the Yang clan's name, Dao En and the other two sneered disdainfully. Yang Ingui's face darkened. 115,000 low-grade demonic crystals, Dao En said calmly. Chapter 1915. Among the 7 late-stage great demons in Yen Mountain City, Dao En and the other 3 represented 4 of them. The other 3 were low-key, and their clans were not as powerful as the other 4. Only a few of them came today, so they naturally couldn't participate in the ancient demon stone contest. In the VIP room, the 3 demon refinement masters looked at the ancient demon stone and observed the expression of the lady inside. One of them sighed. The huge worm tribe has excavated countless ancient demon stones over the years. This ancient demon stone can be sold for 50,000 to 60,000 low-grade demonic crystals at most. Ordinary demons don't have the right to buy ancient demon stones from the giant worm tribe. They only got one for my second brother's sake. Luriel said plainly. The demon refiner was startled for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, Master Lurier is right. The price in the hall had already reached 180,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Ping Tian and Kong Yen backed out of the bidding. Before they came, their families had told them that if they could obtain it within 150,000, they would be fine. If they exceeded this price, they would have to give up on the ancient devil stone. After all, this was a gamble, and it was possible that it would not be worth a single cent when they returned. 190,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Dao En looked at Yang Ingui coldly. Yang Go is in seclusion. The Yang family only sent you to the auction? You seem to be looking down on us. A sliver of anger appeared on Yang Ingui's face. Yang Ingui's words were clearly meant to humiliate him. His cultivation was about the same as Xiao Qi's, and he was still a distance away from becoming a half-step human demon. Aside from Yang Go, he was the most talented descendant of the Yang family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The demon refinement master looked at Yang Ingui with a gloating and mocking look. 250,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Yang Ingui took a deep breath and said plainly, Hiss, this ancient demon stone is sold for 250,000 low-grade demonic crystals? Is the Yang family crazy or is Yang Ingui crazy? All the demons present sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yang Ingui in disbelief. 250,000 lower-grade demon crystals was a huge fortune for anyone. Even the mid-stage human demons in the auction house didn't have as much wealth as Yang Ingui. The alliance leader of the Mountains and Seas Alliance, Nalan Shanhai, had to gather 100,000 low-grade mana crystals from his subordinate squads. Although a large part of the reason was that Nalan Shanhai wasn't willing to fork out all the mana crystals himself, it was also related to his wealth. He could take out 100,000 low-grade magical crystals. After all, he had lived for so many years and had some savings. However, if he were to take out 100,000 low-grade magical crystals, Nalan Shanhai would definitely be short of money for a long time. The clan's estimate of this ancient devil stone is at most 150,000. Any more and we'll lose money. Is the Yang clan that optimistic about it? Ping Tian and Kong Yen exchanged glances and looked at Yang Ingwei curiously. When they noticed the anger in Yang Ingwei's eyes, they immediately understood. Yang Ingwei, are you sure you can take out 250,000 low-grade magic crystals? You won't be spanked when you return, right? Dawan said with a faint smile. You! Yang Ingwei was infuriated. However, he immediately suppressed his anger and sneered. Just name your price. If you can't afford it, don't waste your breath. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with strange expressions. Because what Yang Ingwei had just said was exactly what Ning Qi had said to Yang Ingwei previously. If this ancient devil stone isn't worth 250,000 low-grade magical crystals, I'll give you the chance to be an idiot. Dawan said with a gloating smile. The host on the stage was also confirming for the second time that no one had bid higher than Yang Ingwei. Yang Ingwei had a mocking look on his face. Just as he was about to say something to regain his dignity, a familiar voice was heard again. I bid an inferior-grade demonic weapon. Silence. After a few seconds, all the demons in the hall looked at Ning Qi in shock. Even the host on the stage was no exception. Did they hear wrongly? Did he just say inferior-grade demonic weapon? In the VIP room, the three demon refinement masters looked at each other in shock. This guy actually has an inferior-grade demonic weapon? They suddenly realized why Loliere thought so highly of him. He already knew that Ning Qi had an extraordinary background. The way the three of them looked at Ning Qi changed instantly. Which demon prodigy who could own a demonic weapon did not come from a large tribe? However, the three of them extinguished this thought as soon as it appeared. There was indeed no Beishian tribe among the top tribes. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter. The three of them immediately realized that Ning Qi's demonic weapon must have been obtained by coincidence. This guy, Loliere's face turned grave as he stood up and left the VIP room. What did you just say? Yang Ingwei seemed to have not heard it clearly and confirmed with Ning Qi. I bid a inferior-grade demonic weapon. It should be worth more than 250,000 low-grade magical crystals, right? High. Of course it must be high. The demons present rolled their eyes. An inferior-grade demonic weapon was a priceless item. At least in Yanshan City, this was the case. Other than Zunshan Demon King Pain and the 7 experts, even the few mid-stage demons present did not have an inferior-grade demonic weapon to use. How could you have an inferior-grade demonic weapon? Yang Ingwei's first reaction was disbelief. Little brother, let me have a look at it? When Loliere arrived at the auction hall, the crowd immediately calmed down. However, their eyes were still filled with suspicion, disbelief, and a little greed. Ning Qi smiled and took off the glove. He was strong enough, and he also had the boost from the ancient immortal godly ring. The combat demon glove was only an inferior-grade demonic weapon, which could not improve Ning Qi's strength. Therefore, he chose the combat demon armor, combat demon boots, and combat demon glove. The demons of the Mountain and Sea Alliance sitting near Ning Qi were shocked. They looked at the black glove in disbelief. Could this be a demonic weapon? Uriel took the glove and examined it with the host on the high platform. Suddenly, a world-destroying aura surged out from the war demon glove. The faces of all the demons changed. This aura was stronger than any secret treasure they had ever seen. Not bad, this is indeed an inferior-grade demonic weapon. Lolier's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at the glove admiringly and finally looked at Ningqi. Little brother, how many magical crystals do you intend to sell this inferior-grade demonic weapon for? Hey, how much do you intend to pay for this ancient demon stone? Do you still want to increase the price? Ningqi looked at Yang Yingwei with a smile. After a pause, he added, why don't you add another 50,000 low-grade magical crystals, and I'll let you have it. He doesn't want the ancient demon stone. He wants to take revenge on me for increasing the price of the elixir recipe. Chapter 1916. A prideful demonic refinement master, should he raise the price or not? Yang Yingwei was hesitant. 250,000 low-grade magical crystals was already the limit of his family. If he exceeded this amount, he would have to pay the price himself. If he added 50,000 and the other party suddenly didn't want the ancient magical stone, if he didn't, it would be hard to appease him. After hesitating for a while, Yang Yingwei finally decided not to raise the price. He was sure that the other party was raising the price on purpose to disgust him. I won't raise the price. I'll let you be the fool. Trading a low-grade magical weapon for an ancient magical stone. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughing-stock? Yang Yingwei looked at Ningqi mockingly. Don't imitate others all the time. Ningqi reprimanded him with a frown. He then ignored Yang Yingwei and looked at Uriel. Senior, I intend to exchange this demonic artifact for this ancient demonic stone and 8,000 mid-grade magical crystals. 8,000 mid-grade magical crystals was equivalent to 800,000 low-grade magical crystals. The demons in the hall looked at Ningqi enviously. This was a classic example of getting rich overnight. However, the conditions were too harsh. One had to have a low-grade magical weapon first. This price is reasonable. Lurier nodded without hesitation. Deal. What? He really wants to trade a magical weapon for an ancient magical stone? Yang Yingwei looked at Ningqi dumbfounded. He thought that Ningqi would quibble and let the ancient magical stone be auctioned again. He didn't expect that. He sold a low-grade magical weapon just like that. This guy must have more than one low-grade magical weapon. Many demons squinted and stared at Ningqi thoughtfully. They wanted to hide the greed in their eyes, but they couldn't. Ningqi didn't care about the covetous eyes of these demons. The auction was over. He followed Uriel to the backstage of the hall and handed over the items. The damaged elixir recipe, the ancient demon stone, and the 8,000 mid-grade demon crystals were all put into Ningqi's spatial bag. Little brother, I won't take the magical crystals for the elixir formula, Luriel said with a smile. He was already wearing the combat demon gloves, but he hadn't refined them yet. In that case, thank you, senior. Ningqi nodded with a smile. Lurier sized up Ningqi. The war demon armor and war demon boots looked like ordinary clothes and shoes. As long as Ningqi wanted to, they wouldn't leak any demon chi. Therefore, Lurier wasn't sure how many demon weapons Ningqi had on him. However, Lurier had the same thoughts as the others. He believed that Ningqi had more than one combat demon glove. At this moment, 3 figures walked backstage one after another. Seeing this, Lurier introduced him to Ningqi. Little brother, don't you want to be a magical refiner? These 3 are the devil refinement masters of our Yen Shan city. Uriel introduced the 3 of them, and Ningqi checked their attributes at the same time. These 3 guys were called Yankodo Tais and Giant Tiger Wolf. The first 2 were probably from declining clans, while the Giant Tiger Wolf was from the Giant Tiger tribe. Their aura was stronger than the first 2. The 3 of them greeted Ningqi with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that Lurier thought highly of Ningqi and the fact that Ningqi had just taken out a low-grade magic tool, the 3 of them would never have taken the initiative to greet Ningqi given their esteemed status as magic refiners. Little brother Beixian, the three of us have seen the damaged elixir formula that you just bought. It's worthless. It's just wishful thinking to think that you can refine elixirs with this formula. Yankoto said with a smile. Yes, and refining elixirs isn't that simple. We were only able to grasp the trick after Master's careful guidance, Tais said with a smile. The giant tiger wolf didn't say anything, but a trace of mockery flashed in their eyes. Seeing this, Ning Qi glanced at the three of them with a faint smile. I only intend to study it. As for whether I can refine elixirs or not, I don't really care. Thank you for your reminder. Seeing that Ning Qi wasn't willing to listen, Yankoto and Tai's eyes flashed coldly. If it wasn't for Loliere, they wouldn't have bothered to say anything. What a stubborn kid. Alright, if you find anything, you can come and ask these three. Loliere smiled and shook his head. Yankoto, Tais, and the giant tiger wolf showed a trace of arrogance on their faces. Ningqi looked at them and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble the three of you in the future. The three of them were disdainful, but on the surface, they reluctantly agreed to Loliere's request. Senior Lu, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Ningqi cupped his hands at Loliere. Loliere also wanted to go back and refine the war demon glove, so he asked a staff member to personally send Ningqi out. As if he had received Loliere's reminder, the staff member sent Ningqi to the Alliance of Mountains and Seas. Along the way, Ningqi sensed many auras spying on him. When they discovered that Ningqi was accompanied by the staff of the Yen Mountain Auction House, they restrained their auras. The demon race is really straightforward. A storm is brewing. Ningqi stood at the entrance of the Alliance of Mountains and Seas and glanced at the guys following him. He sighed, but there wasn't even a trace of fear in his voice. In the courtyard where the Breaking Moon Squad was located, Zi Qingyue and the others hadn't returned yet. They should still be in Hidden Cultivator City. Lord Beixian, Duo Lu and the other two quickly came to greet Ningqi. Ningqi sized up the three of them. Duo Lu and the other two still looked a little pale, probably the aftereffects of experimenting with elixirs. Seeing this, Ningqi threw each of them a mid-grade demonic crystal and entered the house. This is a mid-grade demonic crystal? Duo Lu and the other two were slightly shocked. They carefully checked the demonic crystal in their hand. After confirming it several times, they raised their heads and exchanged looks. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they happily put away the demonic crystal and looked around vigilantly. Mid-grade demonic crystal. Lord Beixian actually gave each of us a mid-grade demonic crystal. The three of them suppressed their excitement. A mid-grade demonic crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade demonic crystals. In previous years, they couldn't earn that many low-grade demonic crystals even if they worked hard. After all, the status of demonic creatures couldn't be compared to the demon race. Doing the same risky work, they could only get 1/5 or even 1/10 of the reward. The three of them looked at Ningqi's house with gratitude in their eyes. In the top-grade cultivation training ground, Ningqi took out the ancient demon stone and glanced at the woman inside. Finally, he released the impatient Pill Emperor devouring dragon. Master! Chapter 1917. Chapter 1917. Dragon devouring Dao Yen. How did Master become like this? Pill Emperor devouring dragon bumped into the transparent crystal and discovered that the girl was wrapped in the crystal. The hardness of the crystal was beyond his expectation. Pill Emperor devouring dragon, are you sure this is your master? Ningqi was still worried and asked again. Yes, it's her. Pill Emperor devouring dragon looked at the woman in the crystal with a complicated expression. Because he had sealed a portion of his memories, he revealed more of an expression of worry at this moment. There was only a trace of admiration that he didn't discover mixed in. Your master must have become like this when he was suppressed in the immortal prison by Dao Yen. In order to prevent himself from being demonized by the demon Qi here and becoming a monster that lost his mind, he used all his cultivation to seal himself. Ning Qi said. Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon let out a long sigh of relief. He was once a 9 tribulations master of creation, so he naturally knew what this meant. Within a certain period of time, as long as it was not destroyed by the outside world, the person who sealed himself would not die. From the surface of the crystal, there were no signs of damage, so he heaved a sigh of relief because his teacher was still alive. These crystals are condensed by Master's power. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't remove it. Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon looked at Ning Qi. Let me try. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He stood in front of the crystal and gently placed his palm on it. A faint immortal Qi surged out. Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon watched nervously from the side. He was afraid that Ning Qi's action would affect his master's safety. A few breaths later, the crystal started to change. Like ice being melted by the warm sun, it started to melt from the surface. However, it didn't turn into water. Instead, it turned into Qi and dissipated into the heaven and earth. Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor held his breath in concentration, incomparably nervous. Time ticked by. After a cup of tea's time, the huge crystal finally melted, leaving only a thin layer on the woman's body. The woman's eyelids, which had been motionless as if she was already dead, suddenly moved. The thin layer of crystal immediately shattered, peeled off from the woman's body, and dissipated in the world. She slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was a little unfocused, but in the next moment, it immediately focused and revealed a strong killing intent in her eyes. She directly attacked Ning Qi. The aura of a Yuan Venerate erupted from the woman's body. The dragon-devouring Pill Emperor had been dead for more than 300,000 years, and she had been thrown into the immortal prison by the Dao Yen Celestial Lord before the dragon-devouring Pill Emperor had become an alchemy emperor. She had sealed herself for hundreds of thousands of years, yet she still retained the strength of a Yuan Venerate. One could imagine that her combat strength back then might have been very close to that of the Dao Yen Celestial Lord. Master! The devouring dragon Pill Emperor cried out involuntarily with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Only then did the woman react. However, she had already made her move and could not retract it. Ning Qi's expression did not change. With a light flick of his sleeve, the woman's attack disappeared without a trace. Perhaps because the movement was too big, the woman's body fell into Ning Qi's arms. The woman's expression changed slightly. She already knew that Ning Qi had no malicious intent towards her. Taking a few steps back, she shifted her gaze towards the devouring dragon Pill Emperor with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. You are... Master, I am the devouring dragon. After so many years, the devouring dragon Pill Emperor finally saw the person he had been looking for. He was extremely excited. If he had not become a remnant soul, he would probably have burst into tears. Devouring dragon, how did you become like this? Who killed you? The woman's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as a monstrous murderous intent swept out from her body. At the same time, she looked at Ning Qi with extreme vigilance. The devouring dragon Pill Emperor recounted the entire sequence of events. When she heard that he had been seriously injured by the donkey of the Dao Yen Celestial Lord in order to find her, and that he had exhausted his lifespan and died in the elixir vein, but because of his obsession, he had retained a trace of his remnant soul, the woman's expression became increasingly unsightly. I didn't expect so many years to pass in the blink of an eye. Are we in the immortal prison now? Why can't I feel a trace of demonic qi? The woman looked around and was a little confused. This is not considered an immortal prison, but we are indeed in an immortal prison. Ning Qi smiled. He had already taken a look at the woman's attribute. He did not expect the devouring dragon Pill Emperor's master to have such a simple name, Yi. Young Master Bei Xian, Devouring Dragon said that you were also thrown into the immortal prison by the Tao Yen Celestial Lord, but why can't I see through your strength? No. Even when I was at my peak, I didn't feel this way when facing the Tao Yen Celestial Lord. Your aura seems to be even scarier than his. Yi looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Because Tao Yen is no longer a match for me. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this answer, Yi sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. The way he looked at Ning Qi became incomparably strange. Even Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor was stunned. He had been cultivating in seclusion all this time in order to strengthen his remnant soul, at least until he found his master. Therefore, he didn't know about Ning Qi's current cultivation. Young Master Beixian, have you already taken that step? Yi asked in a daze. Oh, I haven't, Ning Qi smiled. Yi was slightly puzzled and wanted to ask more. Seeing this, Ning Qi immediately changed the topic. Lady Yi, why were you suppressed in the immortal prison by Tao Yen? Lady Yi? Just when the Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor wanted to remind Ning Qi to pay attention to the way he addressed her, her master said nonchalantly, because I wanted to kill him, but my skills were inferior, and I was thrown in here. Fortunately, my reaction was extremely fast, so I was not demonized. You don't know, there were 7 or 8 people who were suppressed together with me. They had the same goal as me, to kill Tao Yen. After being thrown into the immortal prison, they were immediately invaded by demonic energy. As if they had gone mad, they attacked their own people and killed each other. If I hadn't sealed them quickly, I'm afraid I would have died in their hands. Tao Yen Celestial Emperor has ruled the central mainland for many years. Did you guys kill him on a whim? Is there someone behind you guys? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Why are you asking this? Yi looked at Ning Qi with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Are you sent by Tao Yen? Haha, do you think Tao Yen doesn't know why you guys want to kill him? Do you need to send someone to ask? I just want to confirm it. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yi and the cultivators who assassinated Tao Yen's Celestial Emperor should be the foreshadowing left by Little Sick. That's true. Have you heard of the ancient Sky Dragon? My sect is inherited from the ancient Sky Dragon. Ever since I was young, my master told me that we were born to assassinate Tao Yen. As for the others, I have never asked them why. Yi said. No wonder you named him Devouring Dragon. Devouring Tao Yen, that dragon. Chapter 1918. Power Demon Body Tempering Pill. Seeing Ning Qi chatting with his master, Dragon Devouring Pill Emperor felt a little uncomfortable. Ning Qi noticed his mood and smiled. You two haven't seen each other for many years, you must have a lot to talk about. I'll study the pill recipe on the side, you two do as you please. Then, he took out the Damaged Demon Clan's pill recipe and carefully studied it. Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor saw that Ning Qi was so tactful. He couldn't help but look at him gratefully. Then, he looked at Yi. Yi sighed, with your cultivation back then, living until now wouldn't be a problem. Why are you so stupid? Master, Ning Qi waved his hand and immediately closed his ears. Dragon Devouring Pill Emperor's next words would be very mushy. Ning Qi didn't have the hobby of eavesdropping. A few hours later, Yi and Dragon Devouring Pill Emperor's reminiscing seemed to have come to an end. The two saw Ning Qi frowning and thinking hard, so they came over. The Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor's alchemy technique was very profound. If it wasn't for Ning Qi's uniqueness and the fact that he had the Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace, he wouldn't be much different from the Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor at his peak. Furthermore, his alchemy technique was taught by Yi. It could be said that the 3 people present were all grandmasters in this field. The 3 pill emperors gathered together to study a damaged demon pill recipe. At the same time, Ning Qi bought many immortal herbs and spirit medicines from the dragon-slaying mall to experiment. A few months later, it should be like this. Look, Dragon Devouring Pill Emperor was slightly proud. Boom. He only felt proud for a few seconds when the cauldron that Ning Qi exchanged from the mall with dragon-slaying crystals instantly exploded. This dragon-devouring pill emperor looked at Yi with some shame. It's normal to fail, continue. Yi smiled faintly. She also had a cauldron in front of her. Perhaps it was because she had been sealed for too many years. Her alchemy technique was a bit rusty at first. But after a few days, her technique gradually returned. At least, she didn't find a cauldron explosion like dragon-devouring pill emperor. 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang, not to mention that all 3 of them were grandmaster-level figures in the Tao of alchemy. It only took 3 years for Ning Qi's damaged demon pill recipe to finally improve. When he used devil qi to refine the pill, a round black pill flew out of the pill furnace and landed in Ning Qi's hand. The demonic qi on this elixir is very thick, so it must be of a high grade. However, only the demon race can consume it. Young Master Beixian, I forgot to ask you, the demonic qi on your body is so thick, but why isn't it affecting your mind? Yi looked at the elixir and was amazed at first. Then, he became a little interested in Ning Qi's situation. I have a special cultivation method. Ning Qi smiled and looked at the pill in front of him. Yi had said that it was of a high grade, but in reality, it was only by the standards of the central mainland. This elixir was evaluated by the system as medium-grade emptiness pill. The name of the elixir was Power Demon Body Forging Pill. Power Demon Body Forging Pill should be very suitable for my current state. Although the spiritual grass used is expensive, maybe I can find it in Yen Mountain City. If I can buy it with demonic crystals, then it won't be a big problem. I should keep the dragon-slaying crystal for later when I return to Fangtsuan Mountain, Ning Qi thought to himself. He could use the Power Demon Body Forging Pill with the thick demonic qi in Hidden Cultivator City to improve his strength in a short period of time. If he had enough demonic crystals, he could stay in Hidden Cultivator City and continuously take Power Demon Body Forging Pill. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 8th Tribulation Realm. However, there was another premise. The demonic qi in Hidden Cultivator City had to be at least as thick as that in the Demon Land. If it wasn't as thick as the Demon Land, it couldn't be too far off. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for him to absorb. Demon Land was ownerless, but Hidden Cultivator City was opened by Demon King Pain. If there was a vortex like before, it would attract attention and be discovered by Demon King Pain. Ning Qi didn't have much confidence in surviving in the hands of an Earth Demon stage expert. Special cultivation method? Ye's eyes lit up. Miss Yi, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Ning Qi said with a smile. Many thanks, young Master Beixian. Yi quickly nodded. She was surprised by Ning Qi's generosity. She didn't know that this cultivation method was also extorted by Ning Qi from Little Stubborn Donkey. 1 year later, Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor was bored to death as he stared blankly at Ning Qi and Yi. The two of them were sitting face to face. Ning Qi's body was constantly emitting demonic qi while Yi was absorbing the demonic qi. Her skin was flickering with a faint black light. In just 1 year, he noticed that his master's appearance had changed a little. He became somewhat demonic. Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor didn't know whether this change was good or bad. He was very worried. But when he thought of the 3 outcomes in the immortal prison, he would either be corroded by the demonic qi, devour the demonic qi, or seal himself. If he had a choice, he would naturally choose the second option. Another year had passed. Ye's body suddenly emitted a few black light pillars. These light pillars gradually condensed and returned to Ye's body. A faint demonic qi rippled through Ye's skin. She slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. She revealed a smile and said to Ning Qi, "Many thanks, young Master Beixian. Now that your demon ancestor golden body has been formed, your physique should have improved by a lot, right? You don't have to worry about demonic qi corroding your mind anymore." Ning Qi smiled. Not bad. Initially, the demonic chi gave me a feeling of invasion. But now, it's very obedient. It has fused with my creation energy. Well water does not interfere with river water. Yi nodded with a smile. She then clenched her fists, producing creaking sounds. My strength has increased by more than 2 times? She was pleasantly surprised. Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. He was only left with a remnant soul and couldn't cultivate this cultivation method. Miss Yi, I'm leaving this place. You can enter my fortune domain first, Ningqi said. He paused and looked at Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor. Your fortune domain, I will return it to your master. How about it? Many thanks. Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor hurriedly cupped his fist. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Ningqi smiled. This matter had finally come to an end. In the future, he wouldn't have to bring Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor along. He separated the good fortune domain from the Dragon Devouring Pill Emperor and let Yi refine it again. After she finished refining it, Ningqi put Yi into his good fortune domain and returned to the courtyard where the Breaking Moon team was located from the top cultivation training ground. Yi walked out of Ningqi's fortune domain. She could feel the faint demonic qi in the air. She knew that this was the immortal prison. Miss Yi, I'm going to the auction house. Are you coming with me or staying here? Ningqi asked. I'm coming with you. Chapter 1919. The Best Foundation Establishment. When Ningqi walked out of the room, Duo Lu and the other 2 were standing guard at the door. When they saw a woman behind Ningqi, they were stunned. Then, they looked at each other in shock. Why was there another woman in the room? Could it be that she had snuck in? But they had been standing guard at the door all this time. Lord Beixian, Duo Lu and the other 2 revealed looks of shame on their faces as they glared at Yi hatefully. Ningqi smiled and said, I gave each of you a mid-grade demonic crystal. Isn't that enough? What are you waiting at the door for? I remember there are people selling cultivation resources in the League of Mountains and Seas, right? Why don't you guys exchange the demonic crystals for cultivation resources and improve your cultivation? The 3 were stunned. By the time they recovered, Ningqi had already left the courtyard with Yi. On the way, a small group of demons saw Ningqi and couldn't help but stop and look at him respectfully. At the same time, they curiously looked at Ye's unfamiliar face. However, there were also a few demons who revealed looks of horror and looked at Yi with tongue-tied eyes. They had been at the auction, so they naturally knew who Yi was. Walking out of the League of Mountains and Seas, Ningqi noticed that the demons with ill intentions had not left yet. Immediately, countless eyes swept over from the shadows. Ningqi smiled, not minding it. Yen Mountain Auction House. Rollier smiled with his hands behind his back. The staff and guests nearby all bowed respectfully when they saw him. Then their eyes fell on Rollier's palms, and a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. At this moment, he was wearing a pair of black boxing gloves. Occasionally, a faint trace of demonic qi would leak out, and the power contained in the demonic qi made the demons nearby fearful. In a few days, Rollier had completely refined the War Demon Glove. Lord Rollier, have the alchemy materials we requested arrived? Yankido, Thais, and Great Tiger and Grey Wolf walked into the Yen Mountain Auction House one after the other. They just happened to see Rollier, the old show-off, wandering around the hall on the first floor. The 3 of them glanced at the gloves in Rollier's hands, and a trace of greed flashed in the depths of their eyes. However, they knew that none of the demons in Yen Mountain City had the guts to target Uriel. After all, his younger brother, the Zun Shan Demon King Pain, was an old ancestor of the Earth Devil stage. You are here. The items have just arrived. As we agreed before, I will give you 80% of the profit. As for the remaining 20%, my Yen Mountain Auction House will keep it for sale. Luriel said with a smile. Suddenly, His eyes lit up as he looked at the door and let out a loud laugh. Brother Beishian, are you here to sell something again? It's the Northern Black Demon race. Why did he come to the Yen Mountain auction house again? I heard that last time he sold a low-quality demon tool, he got 8,000 mid-quality demon crystals. That's 800,000 low-quality demon crystals. If it were me, I would stay in Hidden Cultivator City and not come out. TCH, the best few seats in Hidden Cultivator City cost 10 mid-quality demon crystals a day. 8,000 mid-quality demon crystals can only stay for 2 years. Those seats have always been occupied by the influential figures of our Yen Mountain City, right? It's hard to stay there even if you have demon crystals. The demons in the hall on the first floor all looked at Ningqi with envy and jealousy. A few disciples of the Yang family looked at Ningqi with resentment. Ningqi had defeated Yang Go, so the disciples of the Yang family were always secretly pointed at and talked about when they went out. When they met demons with status no lower than the Yang family, they would even mock them in front of their faces. They placed this hatred on Ningqi. Senior, I'm here to buy something this time. Ningqi glanced at Yankido and the other two before smiling at Luria. Yi stood behind Ningqi and glanced at the demons present. In the end, her gaze landed on Yankido and the others. This was because these people gave her an extremely unfathomable feeling. They were much, much stronger than Dao Yen. Although Ningqi had told her that the immortal prison was stronger than the central continent, the feeling was still very different when she saw it with her own eyes. Buy something? That's fine. Lurier's eyes lit up slightly. He knew that Ningqi had 800,000 low-quality demon crystals on him. If he spent them all at the Yen Mountain auction house, it would be equivalent to earning back the money he spent on the low-quality demon tool. What do you plan on buying, little brother? Luriel said with a smile. Spirit grasses and herbs used for alchemy. Ningqi smiled. TCH. The giant tiger and wolf couldn't help but sneer. Seeing Ningqi and Uriel looking at him, the giant tiger and wolf straightened their faces and said to Ningqi earnestly, Little brother Beishian, if you don't have a pill recipe, no matter how many spirit herbs and spirit medicines you buy, you won't be able to refine pills. This is a waste of demonic crystals. A trace of mockery flashed in Ye's eyes. Previously, she had been studying the incomplete demon pill recipe with Ningqi and Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon. Naturally, she knew that Ningqi's alchemy skills had already reached the peak of the central continent. In the immortal prison, he would not be weak, right? That's right, little brother Beishian. If you bite off more than you can chew, you might not be able to please both sides, Yankido said in a serious tone. Tai-E nodded. The demons nearby understood. So this guy was planning on becoming a demon refinement master. No wonder he had bought an incomplete pill recipe. Thinking of this, they looked at Ningqi mockingly. Now that the three great demon refinement masters of Yen Mountain City had hinted that Ningqi could not refine pills, their judgment was naturally correct. Moreover, everyone knew that it was extremely difficult to become a demon refinement master and required a lot of effort. If one blindly studied this path, his cultivation might stagnate. Senior, I wonder how many demonic crystals your Yen Mountain auction house would pay for this pill? Ningqi took out the Power Demon Body Honing Pill. A faint fragrance wafted out. When the demons in the hall smelled this fragrance, they subconsciously looked at the Power Demon Body Honing Pill. They were somewhat suspicious. Could it be that this pill was refined by him? This is... Luriel froze for a moment, then took the pill. Middle grade void pill, Power Demon Body Honing Pill. Ningqi said with a smile. Power Demon Body Honing Pill? Yankido and the other two were slightly startled. Their eyes revealed a trace of contemplation, as if they were recalling something. Suddenly, they looked at each other in disbelief. Then, they suddenly looked at Ningqi and asked, What pill did you say this is? Power Demon Body Honing Pill. Ningqi said lightly. It can't be power demon body honing pill. Yankido shook his head and muttered to himself. What do you mean? Why do you say that this pill can't be power demon body honing pill? Lurier looked at Yankido. Because power demon body honing pill has been lost for many years. 30 million years ago, this pill used to be the best foundational pill. Chapter 1920. The best foundation establishment pill? Ruriel froze for a moment, a strange look in his eyes. When the demons nearby heard the words of the giant tiger and wolf, the way they looked at the power demon body forging pill changed dramatically. The foundation establishment pill was not a single type of pill. There were 7 or 8 popular types of foundation establishment pills, ranging from low-grade void pills to supreme-grade void pills. No matter which one it was, its price was extremely high, at least 50% more expensive than other pills of the same grade. This was because its effect was to improve the physical strength and aptitude of young demons, and to remove impurities from the body. Every large tribe and clan had a great demand for foundation establishment pills. When a proud demon was young, the number of foundation establishment pills and the grade of the foundation establishment pills they took would basically increase their potential compared to their peers who only took a small number of foundation establishment pills. Ruriel was not a demon refinement master, nor had he lived for 30 million years, so he knew nothing about the power demon body forging pill. No, if it really is the power demon body forging pill, it would only be a middle-grade void pill. How could it be the best foundation establishment pill? Ruriel reacted. Because the refining cost of the power demon body honing pill was the lowest, its effects were 20 to 30% stronger than other middle-grade void pills. Therefore, at that time, other than the top tribes, ordinary tribes and large cities basically circulated the power demon body honing pill. All the great demon refinement masters also refined the power demon body honing pill. I learned about this from an ancient book in my master's room when I was young, Yankido said. After a pause, he glanced at Ningqi and then said to Ruriel, I don't know where he got this pill from, but I'm sure it can't be the power demon body forging pill. How could a pill that has been lost for so many years appear in his hands? Little brother Beixian, what do you think? Ruriel looked at Ningqi. Ningqi's eyes showed a hint of mockery. Have the 3 of you forgotten? The damaged pill formula I bought at the Yen Mountain auction house a few days ago? What? The 3 of them looked at each other and then at Ningqi in disbelief, a storm brewing in their hearts. That's impossible. That pill formula has already been damaged to that extent. Even if you've tested and found the missing spirit herbs and spirit medicines, it's still impossible to use such a short time. A sound of gnashing teeth could be heard from behind Ningqi. Yang Yingwei was looking at Ningqi with an unwilling expression. He did not believe that Ningqi could comprehend anything from that pill formula. Otherwise, wouldn't he have missed a great opportunity? At that time, he was one of the only 2 people in the auction hall who made a bid. Haha, if you had added another 100 low-grade magical crystals, I might have given this recipe to you. What a pity. Ningqi laughed at Yang Yingwei. Yang Yingwei was so angry that his liver hurt. The 3 of us have repeatedly checked that pill recipe. It really doesn't have any value. Even if we managed to figure something out, it wouldn't have taken us just a few days. Giant Tiger and Song Lang said with a livid expression. If the pill formula they had given up on was really used by the other party to refine the power demon body tempering pill, wouldn't that mean that the 3 of them were blind? This was a huge blow to the 3's reputation. Whether it's a foundation establishment pill or not, we'll know once we try it. Little brother Beixian, what do you think? Luriel looked at Ningqi with a solemn expression. If this pill was really the long-lost power demon body tempering pill, it would mean that there would be one more foundation establishment pill in the world. This matter was enough to alarm those top tribes. At that time, they would probably send people to Yanshan City for this pill? Sure. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. That's great. Laurier glanced around, pointed at a random place and said, You, come here. The demon who was pointed at did not have a high cultivation, similar to Zi Qingyue and the rest. He stared at Laurier blankly. After confirming that Laurier was calling him, he immediately ran to Laurier and stared at the power demon body tempering pill with glowing eyes. Swallow it. Laurier tossed it to him. The demon took the pill and swallowed it immediately. Everyone stared at him, especially Yankido, Yang Yingui, and the rest. They did not dare to relax at all. At the same time, they stared at Ning Qi, afraid that he would secretly do something. At first, there was no change in the demon's body. However, after a while, everyone noticed that the demon aura in the surroundings began to surge abnormally. Then, a small whirlpool appeared above the demon's head. Endless demon aura flowed into the top of his head, and many black lines appeared on his skin like wandering runes. In just a few short breaths of time, this demon's aura was even more condensed than before. He opened his eyes in pleasant surprise and looked at Rulriel. Lord Rulriel, this is indeed a foundation establishment pill, and its effect is much better than the pale flame body tempering pill. Pale flame body tempering pill was a middle-grade emptiness pill, one of the foundation establishment pills. When Yankido and the rest heard this, their faces turned extremely ugly. This was because the pale flame body tempering pill in Yanshan City was basically made by these three people. Ah! Laurier laughed 3 times and looked at Ning Qi with a fiery gaze. Little brother, where did you get this elixir pill from? He did not believe what Ning Qi had said. Even if the elixir pill recipe was not damaged, Ning Qi was not a demon refinement master. How could he have refined it? Moreover, Ning Qi had bought the damaged elixir pill recipe that day. Even Laurier himself felt that it was too horrible to look at. If someone could really research something from it, it would take at least a few hundred years, right? Ning Qi saw that Laurier did not believe him, so he did not explain further. Instead, he smiled and reminded him, Senior, I am here to buy spiritual herbs and elixirs today. Yes. Then let's talk about this later. This time, a batch of spiritual herbs and elixirs has arrived. Which ones do you want to buy? Come with me. Laurier smiled and nodded. He glanced at Yi, who had been standing behind Ning Qi without saying a word. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He did not notice this woman who was emitting a faint demonic aura. Now that he looked at her, he realized that her appearance was 80 to 90% similar to the self-sealed foreign existence in the ancient demon stone that Ning Qi had bought. He could not help but be shocked. Yankido and the rest did not notice this. They were still immersed in the shock of the reappearance of the power demon body tempering pill. No one knew what they were thinking. Yanshan Auction House, Treasury. On the way, Laurier told Ning Qi that besides the few spiritual herbs and elixirs that he kept for himself, most of the spiritual herbs and elixirs were sold to Yankido and the rest. There were also a few other clans, such as Yang Yingui's Yang clan. Although they did not have a demon refinement master in their clan, everyone knew that clans like this would definitely secretly nurture their own demon refinement masters. This required a large amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs to support them. Chapter 1921. Do you have a problem with that? Brother Beishin, could this lady be? While waiting, Laurier looked at Yezi and said uncertainly. As far as he knew, there were only 3 outcomes for the self-sealed alien beings in the ancient demon stone. They would either die, be demonized and lose their sanity, or become a mutated demon and retain their sanity. Apart from the first, the last 2 outcomes would require a certain amount of time to settle down. Ning Qi had only bought the ancient demon stone a few days ago. If this lady was really the alien being in the stone, What method did she use to adapt to this place so quickly? Yankido and the other two and Yang Ingwe looked at Yezi. Then, they were all shocked. That's right. This lady is the one in the ancient demon stone. She is a mutated demon now. Ning Qi smiled. Yezi nodded at them but did not say anything. After all, she had just come out from the ancient demon stone and did not know many things. She would make mistakes if she said too much. A strange light flashed through Yang Ingwe's eyes. He said to Yi, "Lady, would you be interested in joining my Yang family? Compared to him, my Yang family in Yen Mountain City is more suitable for you. Our Yang family has endless cultivation resources. If you're willing to join, I'll personally try to convince my uncle to treat you like a prodigy." Yankido and the other two wanted to recruit her. However, after looking at Ning Qi and Lurier, they gave up on the idea. It was not worth it to offend Lurier for an alien being who was not even in the stage of human demon. Yang family? Not interested. Yezi smiled. Anger flashed in Yang Ingwe's eyes. He thought that Yezi had just woken up and was not clear about many things. He immediately compared the status of the Yang family with Ning Qi in Yen Shan City. Then, he looked at Yezi confidently. He believed that his uncle's strength in the advanced stage of human demon was enough to attract her. Ning Qi looked at Yang Ingwe indifferently as if he was looking at a clown. If Yang Ingwe knew that Yezi was also from the central mainland, he would not do something so useless. Yezi shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Yang Ingwe's face suddenly became very ugly, and he also hated Yi in his heart. He glared at Ning Qi, but didn't say anything. Before long, the representatives of the other clans arrived one after another. The representative from the North Moon clan was actually North Moon Lingqiu, who Ning Qi had seen before. As soon as she saw Ning Qi, she immediately snorted coldly. This time, she was not alone. Beside her was an old man. The old man studied Ning Qi coldly. When Yang Ingwe saw North Moon Lingqiu, his expression changed slightly. A sliver of admiration flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he concealed it very soon. He glanced at everyone rather guiltily, as if he was afraid that someone would see through his little thoughts. Apart from the North Moon clan, the representatives from the other clans were all from the older generation. Ping Tian, Dao En, and Kong Yen did not appear. Instead, they sent 3 early demonic demons. "Oh, since everyone is here, let's go in," Luriel said with a smile. "Grandpa Lu, why is this person here?" North Moon Cold Autumn pointed at Ning Qi. "He's the same as everyone else. He also wants to buy spiritual herbs and medicines." Luriel smiled. "Him? How many spiritual herbs and medicines can he buy? You can just buy them outside." A sliver of disdain flashed through North Moon Cold Autumn's eyes when she heard that. He looked at her with a smile before looking at Ning Qi. He secretly wondered what kind of conflict the two of them had had in the past. Why did they find each other an eyesore as soon as they arrived? "Sir Luriel, everyone here possesses quite the status in Yen Mountain City. This child probably doesn't have the right to stand with us, right?" The old man beside North Moon Cold Autumn said indifferently. His name was North Moon Chushu, an early demonic demon. He was rather renowned in Yen Mountain City, and he was the caretaker of the North Moon clan. Only North Moon Cold Autumn had the right to make him accompany her when she went out. The other descendants of the North Moon clan could not make him move. "That's right. You indeed don't have the right to stand with me. Looking at you, you should be a servant of the North Moon clan, right? Were you born as a demonic being before you reached the demonic demon realm?" Ning Qi said with a forced smile. A vicious gleam of light flashed through North Moon Chushu's eyes. His background was his shortcoming. Ever since he broke through to early demonic demon realm, he never mentioned his background again. He never thought this guy before him would be so bold. The representatives of the other clans watched this unfold with forced smiles. A hint of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. They just wanted to watch a show anyway. How dare you? You're not even a demonic demon, so what right do you have to humiliate the caretaker of my North Moon clan? North Moon Cold Autumn said furiously. Hee, little brother Beishuan's background probably isn't as simple as you all think it is. Do the descendants of your clan sell demonic artifacts as they please? Since little brother Beishian can sell a low-quality demonic artifact to our Yen Mountain auction house, then you're my esteemed guest. Just like everyone else, instead of arguing about this, why don't you come with me to take a look at the spiritual herbs and medicines? Luriel smiled faintly before directly making his way into the treasury. Ning Qi smiled and glanced past North Moon and Chushu indifferently before following Luriel into the treasury. North Moon Cold Autumn and North Moon Chushu's expressions became very ugly. The others glanced at them before entering the treasury one after another. Cold Autumn, this kid is just that arrogant. You don't have to worry about it. Once my elder brother emerges from secluded cultivation, he'll definitely be able to kill him. Yang Ingui went up and comforted him. Is no one from your Yang family going to avenge Big Brother Yango? If there's no one, my North Moon clan will do it, North Moon Cold Autumn said coldly. Yang Ingui was taken aback. Young miss, my hands just happened to be itching recently. Once this kid leaves the Yen Mountain auction house, I'll test him out. North Moon Chushu said indifferently. Alright. Then I'll be troubling you, caretaker. A hint of a smile appeared in North Moon Lingxiu's eyes, before he headed towards the treasury. Seeing how he was ignoring him, Yang Ingui's expression became rather ugly. Within the treasury, everyone stood in front of a huge medicinal field. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs planted on it. Because they were afraid that the medicinal properties of these spiritual herbs and elixirs would evaporate, these spiritual herbs and elixirs were immediately replanted after being transported to the Yen Mountain auction house. This way, after the customers bought them, they could retain the most perfect medicinal properties. Ning Qi glanced around and immediately understood what was going on. The spiritual herbs and medicines needed to refine the strength demon body forging pill had all been gathered in the medicinal field, and there was quite a lot of them too. The quality of the spiritual herbs and medicines this time isn't bad. According to the rules, we'll get to pick 70% first. The huge tiger and wolf said in rather satisfaction. Does anyone have any objections? Yankido glanced at everyone with a faint smile. The three of you are demon refiners, so you three obviously get to pick first. Everyone seemed to be used to this, so they had no objections. Chapter 1922. I'll take it all. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Every time the spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines arrived at the Yen Mountain auction house, Yankido and the other two would be the first to pick. This had already become a rule. Unless something suddenly happened at the Yen Mountain auction house, and they needed a large amount of spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines, they would reduce the distribution ratio and keep a portion of the spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines first. If Ning Qi raised any objections now, they would basically be asking to be humiliated. If the three of you take 70%, how many of the spiritual herbs and medicines are left? We'll. Ning Qi glanced past Yang Ingui, North Moon Lingxiu, and the others before looking at Tai Is. He smiled. Do we have enough? We do. Yang Ingui directly said. North Moon Lingxiu sneered as well. Our North Moon clan has enough as well. The three demon refiners have refined so many pills for our Yen Mountain city, so they obviously have priority over the spiritual herbs and medicines. The other clans immediately expressed their stance as well before looking at Ning Qi with smiles. They sneered inside, you want to use us as your shield? You're dreaming. Although every single one of them secretly nurtured demon refiners, the amount of spiritual herbs and medicines they required was not particularly large. Even if they ran out from time to time, they would not take Yankido and the other two's share. After all, they would ask them about alchemy from time to time. Tai is Yankido, the huge tiger, and the azure wolf looked at Ningqi with a faint sneer in their eyes. You have enough, but I don't. Senior, how much are these spiritual herbs and medicines worth? I'll take them all. The strength demon body forging pills I refine will be given to the auction center first. Ningqi smiled and looked at Luriel. Strength demon body forging pills? North Moon Lingqiu and the others had arrived later, so they did not know much about this. When they heard that, a sliver of surprise and doubt appeared in their eyes. From what this kid has said, he knows alchemy too. He's a demon refiner? North Moon Chushu squinted his eyes slightly and stared straight at Ningqi. He was rather doubtful. Yankido and the other two glanced at one another and saw a sliver of shock in each other's eyes. This was the second time this kid had stated that he had refined the pills. Was it true? Were they mistaken? Strength demon body forging pills? Little brother, did you really refine this pill? Lurier looked at Ningqi with an odd expression, his eyes showing obvious disbelief. Ningqi was just too young. He was not even an early-stage human demon. How could he be a demonic refiner? Senior, can I earn mana crystals by lying to you? Ningqi laughed. Lurier gasped, his face gradually turning serious. You're a magic refiner? Yes. Ningqi smiled faintly. That lad is really a demonic refiner. Yang Ingui, North Moon Lingqiu, North Moon Chu Su, and the other representatives all gasped, staring at Ningqi in disbelief. Little brother, it won't do you any good if you impersonate a demonic forge master. Tai's laughed dryly. Ningqi glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, Do I need to pretend? Tai's eye was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became somewhat ugly. You said that the power demon body tempering pill was refined by you. Why don't you demonstrate it for us on the spot? The giant tiger and azure wolf smiled and looked at Ningqi. Just because you want me to demonstrate? Who the hell do you think you are? Ningqi smiled. You! The giant tiger and azure wolf did not seem to think Ningqi would retort him directly. A sliver of anger immediately appeared in their eyes. Little brother, just how confident are you in refining the power demon body tempering pill? Lurier's voice rang out in Ningqi's ears. It was a communication technique. Senior, are you talking about the success rate? I'm sure you won't lose out. Ningqi replied with a smile. All right. Lurier had already made up his mind. Compared to the Grey Flame body tempering pill, the power demon body tempering pill was several times more effective. If Ningqi really could refine the power demon body tempering pill, then his Yen Mountain auction house would gain a body tempering pill that had been lost for many years. Whether it was in terms of profit or other aspects, the impact would be tremendous. Brother Beixian can pick the spirit grass and spiritual medicine first. Does anyone have any objections? Lurier glanced at everyone and announced. Yankido and the other two's expressions became extremely ugly, as if they had just been fed a mouthful of sh*t. North Moon Lingqiu and the others were no different. Lord Lurier, we're not even sure if he's a demon refinement master, and you're letting him choose first? Yankido glanced at Ningqi with a livid expression. Won't everyone find out soon whether he's a demon refinement master or not? Lurier smiled faintly. Hearing that, those who were about to speak also shut their mouth. There's no need to choose. I'll take all of these spiritual herbs, Ningqi said indifferently. Lurier's expression was rather strange. Is this guy planning to offend everyone here? Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Lurier could not help but sigh in his heart. Everyone's expression immediately changed, and they all stared at Ningqi with eyes filled with anger. Little brother, if you buy all the spiritual herbs here, it might be far more than 800,000 low-grade magic crystals. It'll probably be around 1,500,000 low-grade magic crystals, Loliere said. Ha ha, you don't have enough magic crystals at all. You can only buy 50% at most. Yang Ingwei returned to his senses and laughed proudly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, before coming to a realization. That's right, how could this guy compare to us? He's just a half-step human demon. Even if he sold a low-grade demon artifact a while ago, he would not even have 1,000,000. The spiritual herbs here were worth far more than 1,000,000. Senior, the excess can be offset with power demon body forging pills. I'll give you a discount on the price. What do you think, Senior? Ning Qi smiled. If he were to collect all the spirit herbs and refine them into the power demon body tempering pill, the profits would be at least 3 to 6 times the original amount. That's it. Loliere was stunned for a moment, but he was somewhat uncertain. What if you take the spiritual herbs and run away? North Moon Lingqiu snorted. Wouldn't Grandpa Lu suffer a great loss? Ning Qi ignored North Moon Lingqiu and looked at Loliere. Senior, I only need 15 days to deliver the goods. What? 15 days? Everyone was shocked. Afterwards, they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of mockery. Yankido and the other two heaved a sigh of relief as their lips curled up slightly. The fact that he could say something like that meant that Ning Qi was definitely not a demon refinement master. If they refined such a tremendous amount of spiritual herbs day and night, it would take them half a year at the very least, yet he said he would deliver the goods in 15 days. That was complete bullshit. As long as this person doesn't hand over the pills in 15 days, Grandpa Lu will be the first to come after him. North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi coldly and thought to himself, "Little brother, you're not joking with me, are you?" Loliere frowned slightly. "Senior, do I look like I'm joking?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. 15 days, really? Absolutely. All right, let's gamble. Chapter 1923. Early demon humaning Qi had taken away all the spiritual herbs and herbs in the Yen Mountain auction this time. North Moon Lingqiu and the others could not understand why Loliere would trust Ning Qi, a demon who had only arrived in Yen Mountain City a few days ago. However, Yankido and the other two understood a little. From what happened today, they could tell that Loliere valued Ning Qi very much. At the entrance of the auction house, "Little brother, we'll meet again in 15 days. Yankido and the other two glanced at Ning Qi with a forced smile before turning around and leaving. The representatives of the other clans gazed at Ning Qi a few times deeply before leaving. Only North Moon Lingqiu, Yang Ingwei, and the others remained where they were, staring straight at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. Right when he was about to return to the alliance of mountains and seas with Yi, he frowned slightly. In the next moment, an extremely violent demon Qi surged out of his body. He turned around and punched. Bang! North Moon Chu Su staggered 7 or 8 steps back. He felt his hand become rather numb. Ning Qi's punch just happened to land on his palm. North Moon Lingqiu's mouth hung open as a sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yang Ingwei stared at Ning Qi in shock. He was rather in disbelief. Earlier, North Moon Chushu had silently appeared behind Ning Qi and placed his hand on Ning Qi's shoulder. He wanted to take advantage of Ning Qi's moment of inattention to give him a show of strength. Originally, the two of them thought North Moon Chushu was pretty much guaranteed to succeed this time, but they never thought he would actually sense something and knock back North Moon Chushu, who was an early demon human with a single punch. Yi glanced at North Moon Chu Su coldly when he saw this. "Old man, if you want to greet me next time, please do it from the front, just in case I strike out too heavily and kill you. That won't look too good." Ning Qi smiled at North Moon Chu Su before turning around and leaving. "How arrogant!" A sliver of embarrassment and anger flashed through North Moon Chu Su's eyes. With a slight movement, he attacked Ning Qi again. There's no end to this, is there? Killing intent flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and faced North Moon Chu Su head-on. Bang! Bang! Demon Qi surged and the air trembled, producing a series of booms. The nearby demons had been drawn over by the disturbance here. When they saw North Moon and Chu Su clashing with Ning Qi, they immediately became shocked. The demons in the Yen Mountain auction house also ran out because of the huge commotion outside. They were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. That is the northern black demon race that defeated young Master Yang Go? Why is he fighting the caretaker of the North Moon clan? Hiss, this guy can actually fight against an early-stage human demon? Wasn't he a half-step human devil? How can he only be a half-step human devil? All the demons were dumbfounded. Before their eyes, Ning Qi and North Moon Chushu were evenly matched. Every second they would exchange several hundred punches. If it were a regular half-step human demon, they definitely would not be able to withstand the terrifying power of an early-stage human demon. Their arms should have been crippled already. However, the strength Ning Qi demonstrated made everyone shudder in fear. His strength did not seem any weaker than North Moon and Chu Su. Not only did he not decline, but he even fought extremely aggressively. In the eyes of many demons, Ning Qi had gained a slight advantage. Swish, swish, swish. The representatives of the clans that had originally left all flew back to where they were with Yankido and the other two. They stared at this scene dumbfounded. His strength is actually around the same as North Moon and Chu Su? He's been hiding his cultivation. I don't think so. I'm extremely sensitive to auras. I'm certain he's a half-step human demon at most. But how is his strength like a half-step human demon's? A half-step human demon probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from him, right? Looks like this kid really might be a demon refinement master. Old man, you're still not strong enough. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled slightly. He kicked towards North Moon Chushu's chest. Endless demon qi coiled around the war demon boot. North Moon Chushu only felt his heart skip a beat, sensing a sliver of danger. He dared not take Ning Qi's kick head-on, retreating over 30 meters away. However, this distance was nothing to Ning Qi. His foot still landed on North Moon Chushu's chest. Left with no choice, North Moon Chushu could only cross his arms, preparing to take the kick head-on. Bang! With a great rumble, everyone saw North Moon Chushu fly backwards like a cannonball, smashing into a shop that sold spiritual herbs and medicines on the side of the street. The shopkeeper stared at North Moon Chushu in shock within the ruins. His face was filled with heartache. That was because many spiritual herbs and medicines had been crushed to death by North Moon Chushu. North Moon Chushu has lost? This guy, everyone's gaze towards Ning Qi was filled with disbelief and fear. In particular, the fear in Yang Ingwe's eyes was the greatest. From the very beginning, he had only treated Ning Qi as a half-step human demon. Through the power of the Yang family and his uncle's reputation, he could look down on Ning Qi. However, if Ning Qi was an existence that could even defeat an early human demon, then even with his status and the Yang family behind him, he probably would not be able to match up to Ning Qi caretaker? North Moon Lingqiu flew over to North Moon Chushu in a hurry. North Moon Chushu stood up from the ruins in a horrible shape. His gaze towards Ning Qi was filled with shock and anger. His wounds were not particularly heavy. He could recover in a day or two, but the person who injured him was only a half-step human demon. North Moon Chushu was unable to accept this. He really is an early human demon after all. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. He had used his full strength, and he was boosted by the low-grade demonic artifact, the war demon boots, yet his kick had only left him with some light wounds. However, as long as the battle continued, Ning Qi was certain that North Moon Chushu would be the one to die in the end. It definitely would not be him. So powerful, the Tao Evolution Immortal Emperor is definitely not young Master Beishuan's opponent. Fantastic! If I have the chance to return to the Central Continent, I'll be able to avenge my sect. Master should be able to rest in peace in the afterlife, right? He looked at Ning Qi with extraordinary splendor. What's going on? Luriel appeared at the entrance with a darkened face. He arrived between Ning Qi and North Moon Chushu. At this moment, a staff member who had witnessed the entire process went up and whispered a few words. Luriel immediately looked at North Moon Chushu with a cold gaze. North Moon Chushu, do you know what the punishment is for fighting at the entrance of our Yen Mountain auction house? Sir Luriel, North Moon Chushu's expression became rather ugly. Seeing this, North Moon Lingqiu hurriedly pleaded for him. She explained to Luriel, Grandfather Lu, this has nothing to do with the caretaker. It was that guy who started it. She pointed at Ning Qi. Lungqiu, for the sake of your father, I'll pretend I didn't see anything today. You can leave. Luriel waved his hand indifferently. Seeing this, North Moon Lingqiu nodded rather dejectedly. Chapter 1924. Burn the bridge after crossing Ita battle to the death. When the demons heard that, they were immediately alarmed. They struggled to believe that North Moon Chu Su would challenge Ning Qi to the death. Because of the rules of Demon King Pain, personal grudges must be settled in the life and death arena. This arena was located in the southern district of Yen Mountain City. One had to pay a sum of demonic crystals to use the arena. As for how many demonic crystals one had to pay, it was calculated according to one's cultivation. The higher one's cultivation was, the more demonic crystals one would have to pay. After all, the maintenance of the formation on the life and death arena also cost a lot. Therefore, in order to save a lot of demon crystals, many members of the demon clan would settle their grudges after they left Yen Mountain City, no matter how great their hatred was. Back then, the Bone Sea tribe did not directly attack the Mountain and Sea Alliance because they had some misgivings. North Moon Chushu is an early human demon, yet he wants to challenge a half-step human demon. That seems a little like bullying the weak. How is that guy a half-step human demon? His battle prowess is no different from an early-stage human demon. I wonder if he dares to agree. North Moon Chu Su, that's enough. Luriel frowned slightly. Alright, I agree. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Rulier had intended to come forward and settle the matter, but he had not expected Ning Qi to agree readily. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. You decide the time. When North Moon Chu Su saw Ning Qi agree to a battle to the death with him, a vicious light immediately flashed through his eyes. In 15 days, Ning Qi said lightly. It's a deal. North Moon Chushu said coldly. Afterwards, he left with North Moon Lingqiu. Before he left, everyone could clearly sense that his eyes were filled with irrepressible killing intent. This guy's battle strength is quite terrifying. If he breaks through to the early-stage demonic human realm in the future, won't we be no match for him? Bei Xian. Just what is the origin of this clan? Looks like I have to go back and look through the document. To have such combat strength, his cultivation technique must be extraordinary. No wonder Yang Go was not his opponent. Even if there were 10 more Yang Go, they would not be able to defeat this brat. Yankido and the other two looked at Ning Qi and thought to themselves, Brother Bei Xian, why did you agree to a battle to the death with North Moon Chu Su? According to the rules, only when one party dies can the other party be allowed to leave the arena. Luriel looked at Ning Qi and sighed. Even if I don't agree to it today, won't they come looking for me when I leave Yenshan City in the future? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. That's true, Luriel was taken aback before nodding. He glanced at the ruins that North Moon and Chu Su had just created and became rather curious. Right when he wanted to ask a few questions, He saw that Ning Qi had already traveled off into the distance with Yi. Master Lawyer, you have a good eye. If you take him as your disciple, he will have great achievements in the future. After Ning Qi left, Yankido and the other two complimented Luriel. Who said I was going to take him as my disciple? Luriel rolled his eyes at the three of them and walked toward the auction house. The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? My strength is only slightly greater than North Moon and Chushu at most. That kid doesn't even fear him, so if I accept him as a disciple, it doesn't seem like I can control him, Luriel thought to himself. In the center of Yen Mountain City, the North Moon clan, a figure appeared before a stone room and said softly, "Young master, North Moon and Chushu have moved against that guy today." What was the result? North Moon and Chushu don't seem to be his opponent. He's now issued a challenge to that guy to the death, and he's accepted it. The caretaker is a demonic being, so he's much weaker than us demons, but he's still an early demonic human after all, yet he's actually not that kid's opponent. I understand. You can leave. When the figure heard this, he left without a sound. The stone chamber became quiet once again. After a dozen breaths, a voice mumbling to himself could be heard. So he really isn't a half-step demonic human? My loss doesn't seem to be unjust. The voice sounded like a boulder had fallen to the ground. It was slightly relaxing. The northern black demon of the Alliance of Mountains and Seas who defeated young Master Yango wants to fight the caretaker of the North Moon clan, North Moon and Chushu. It'll be in 15 days. Are you serious? Isn't North Moon a half-step demonic human? Why would he accept Chushu's challenge? The North Moon clan is bullying a junior like this over Yango. That doesn't seem too glorious. Haven't you heard? Heard what? The strength of the northern black demons isn't limited to just half-step demonic human. You'll understand on that day. The news that Ning Qi wanted to fight North Moon and Chushu to the death spread through Yen Mountain City like a plague. In less than a day, basically all the demons and demonic beings had learnt about it. They all discussed it secretly. The Alliance of Mountains and Seas. Xiuqi stood before Nalan Shanhai sternly and said softly, "If North Moon offends the North Moon clan, it'll have an extremely great impact on our Alliance of Mountains and Seas. Alliance leader, I suggest North Moon leave the Alliance of Mountains and Seas." That's not a good idea, is it? Nalan Shanhai furrowed his brows slightly. He felt a sliver of displeasure towards Ning Qi. Although he had resolved a crisis for the Alliance of Mountains and Seas before, he had offended the North Moon clan now. The North Moon clan was one of the 7 great clans of Yen Mountain City. Their patriarch, North Moon Chongshu, possessed extremely terrifying strength. Among the 7 late demon lords, he ranked in the top 3 at the very least. Only the other 2 could contend against him. Even the goat demon was probably weaker than him. As long as the Alliance of Mountains and Seas wanted to survive in Yen Mountain City, they could not afford to offend a colossal organization like the North Moon clan. The Bone Sea tribe paled in comparison. Alliance leader, we need to make a decision as soon as possible. Once the battle to the death is over, the North Moon clan will definitely hate us as well. Xiuqi said softly. Then we'll do as you say. Pass on the news. Nalan Shanhai nodded. I'll go. Xiuqi was taken aback. What, you don't want to go? Nalan Shanhai glanced at Xiuqi indifferently. Of course not. Leave this matter to me. Xiuqi squeezed out a smile and clasped his hands before turning around and leaving. As soon as Xiuqi entered the courtyard where the Moonbreak squad resided, he bumped into Duo Lu and the other 2. Sir, is there something you need from Sir North Moon? Sir North Moon seems to be in secluded cultivation. Duo Lu clasped his hands. Xiuqi glanced at Duo Lu indifferently, and a sliver of disdain flashed through the depths of his eyes. He glanced at Ning Qi's residence and said, Pass on a message to your master. Tell him that the alliance leader is displeased with him offending the North Moon clan, and that he has to leave the alliance of mountains and seas within 3 days. Chapter 1925. Miscellaneous individuals. What? They want to expel Sir Beixien from the Mountains and Seas Alliance? Duo Lu and the other two returned to their senses. Disbelief filled their eyes. Have you forgotten, Alliance Lord? Sir Beixien helped the Mountains and Seas Alliance resolve a major crisis before? Duo Gu's eyes flashed with anger. Perhaps the North Moon clan's influence in Yenshan City is too great. If Sir Beixien fights to the death with their steward, North Moon Chushu, the Mountains and Seas Alliance is afraid of being implicated. Duo Xiu frowned. Duo Lu walked to the door of Ning Qi's room and explained the situation in a low voice. However, there was no sound from inside, because Ning Qi was not in his room at the moment. Instead, he was in the top-grade cultivation training ground. However, after a few breaths of time, the door creaked open. Did you say they want to expel young Master Beixien? Yi frowned at Duo Lu. Duo Lu and the other two didn't know who Yi was, but seeing how she could stay in Ning Qi's room, they already treated her as Ning Qi's woman, so they treated her with great respect. Yeah. They're giving us 3 days to leave the Mountains and Seas Alliance. Duo Lu nodded. Young Master Beixien is currently in secluded cultivation. We'll decide what to do after he emerges. Yi said indifferently. The door closed. Duo Lu and the other two looked at one another and stood at the door. 3 days passed very quickly. All of the devil squads in the League of Mountains and Seas had been notified that Nayland Shanhai wanted to expel Ning Qi from the League. At first, some of the devils had objected, considering that Ning Qi had helped the League of Mountains and Seas in the past. However, after hearing the pros and cons of the matter, they gradually grew quiet. Compared to Ning Qi, the North Moon clan was clearly much more frightening. He still hasn't left? Nayland Shanhai looked at Xiu Qi indifferently. Xiu Qi whispered, he seems to be in secluded cultivation. Don't waste too much time. We need to make a statement to the North Moon clan, or they'll think we're protecting this kid. They'll definitely make life difficult for us in the future. Nayland Shanhai said. I understand. Xiu Qi hesitated, then nodded and left. Perhaps he was afraid that he would clash with Ning Qi alone, but Xiu Qi called Yun Gu along as well. He even led a few small demon squads. Over 100 demons majestically poured into the courtyard of the Breaking Moon squad. Duo Lu and the other two, who were guarding the entrance, were shocked when they saw this. They looked at Xiu Qi and the others with fear. Is Master Beixien still in seclusion? Xiu Qi frowned. Yun Gu and the others stood to the side. They did not say anything as they stared indifferently at Duo Lu and the other two. Master Beixien is still in seclusion. May I know why you are here? Duo Lu cupped his hands together. I gave you a deadline of 3 days, Xiu Qi frowned slightly. But Lord Beixien is in seclusion. He doesn't know about this. Let's talk about it after he comes out. Dalu said. No, 3 days is 3 days. Since Beixien is in seclusion, you guys move aside. I will go in and talk to him personally. I believe he is a reasonable person and will understand Alliance leader Nayland's difficulties. Xiu Qi was about to enter the room. When Duo Lu and the other two saw this, they quickly blocked the entrance and looked at Xiu Qi resolutely. Without Master Beixian's orders, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Irrelevant people. Xiu Qi's expression turned cold. He looked at the three and said indifferently, You said I'm an outsider? Could it be that you have forgotten who you are? A mere demon dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Duo Lu and the other two's expressions changed. If it was in the past, they would not have dared to face a demon and call him an outsider. However, things were different now. They were Ning Qi's servants now. If the other party wanted to enter their lord's seclusion room, they would be neglecting their duties. Even if Ning Qi was magnanimous and did not kill them, they would not have the face to stay by Ning Qi's side. Lord Demon, please don't make things difficult for us. Duo Lu and the other two looked at Xiao Qi with determined expressions. Humph. Xiao Qi harumphed coldly and waved his hand. Duo Lu and the other two flew to the sides and landed heavily on the ground. They spat out a mouthful of blood and their faces turned as pale as paper. Trash. Xiao Qi looked at the three disdainfully and was about to enter the room when the door opened on its own. Xiao Qi was slightly taken aback when he saw Yi. Miss, who are you? Xiao Qi's eyes flashed with suspicion. Yun Gu and the others also looked at Yi with puzzled expressions. Wasn't this the room of the Northern Black Demon? Why was there a woman here all of a sudden? Could it be that he was not in seclusion, but committing adultery in broad daylight? Who I am is none of your business. Young Master Bei Xian is in seclusion. We'll talk when he comes out. Yi stared coldly at Xiao Qi. An aura no weaker than Xiao Qi's and Yun Ji's emanated from her body. Xiao Qi and Yun Ji's eyes flashed with fear when they saw this. They did not expect this woman to be so strong. She was infinitely close to becoming a half-step demon. I can't make the decision. Alliance head Nalan requested that Brother Bei Xian leave the mountain and see Alliance within 3 days. Even if he's in seclusion, we have to wake him up. Xiao Qi said. Oh, then we'll talk after you come in. Yi said nonchalantly with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Back in the central mainland, her cultivation base had been much stronger than ordinary Yuan venerates. Otherwise, she would not have dared to attack the Dao Yin immortal emperor. In her eyes, Xiao Qi was just an ordinary Yuan venerate. She would not have been afraid even if 2 or 3 of them came. Then I'll have to offend you. Xiao Qi's eyes flashed coldly as he felt a little angry. Bei Xian had not come out despite the huge commotion. He must have deliberately pretended not to know anything and sent a woman to stop them. He was looking down on them. After saying that, Xiao Qi walked straight into the room. At the same time, a wave of demonic energy surged out of his body. Yi smiled faintly and waved her hand gently. The demons outside only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and Xiao Qi staggered back 5 steps, a look of disbelief on his face. Let me. Seeing this, Yun Gu coldly shouted and attacked Yi. His cultivation base was similar to Xiao Qi's. If the 2 of them joined forces, Yi might be a little afraid. After all, she had sealed herself for too many years and her cultivation base had yet to recover to its peak. However, if it was just one person, the result would be the same as Xiao Qi. Swoosh. Swoosh. Yun Gu took a few steps back with a furious look on his face. This woman's techniques were much stronger than theirs. Duo Lu and the other 2 were ecstatic. They had not expected Ye's cultivation base to be so strong. Chapter 1926. A Fat Profit Top-Level Cultivation Training Ground. In the first 1 or 2 years, Ning Qi's success rate in refining the Power Demon Body Forging Pill was only around 70%. If Yankido and the other 2 were to find out about this, they would definitely not dare to believe it, because they had been refining the Ashen Flame Body Forging Pill for many years, and the highest success rate was only maintained at 60%. With the attribute bonus of Old Lord Taishang's pill furnace, Ning Qi could produce 7 or 8 to 13 or 14 power demon body tempering pills with every successful refinement. The time needed for each furnace was 1 day. He repeated this process until the 3rd year, when Ning Qi's success rate finally increased. From that year onwards, he could basically guarantee more than 11 or 12 power demon body tempering pills with every cauldron, sometimes 15 or 16. In these 3 years, he had already used up a quarter of the spiritual herbs and elixirs he bought from the Yen Mountain auction house in exchange for 11,000 power magic body forging pills. Ning Qi had previously seen the middle-grade void pills on the market. For example, the Ashen Flame Body Forging pills produced by Yankido and the other two were of the same grade as the Power Magic Body Forging pills. The retail price was 100 low-grade magic crystals per pill. If he bought it wholesale from Yankido and the other two, he estimated that it would only cost 80 low-grade magical crystals each. However, the effects of the Power Demon Body Tempering pill were more than 30% better than the Ashen Flame Body Tempering pill. Setting a price of 100 low-grade magical crystals per pill shouldn't be a problem. 11,000 Power Demon Body Tempering pills were equivalent to 11,000 mid-grade magical crystals. It meant that he had already earned back his capital. Moreover, there was still a considerable profit to be made. He had only used a quarter of the spiritual grass and spiritual medicine. If he refined the rest into Power Demon Body Tempering pills, Ning Qi would be able to earn at least 30,000 mid-grade magical crystals. In addition to his previous capital, this amount of magic crystals was clearly enough for him to go to Hidden Cultivator City. As the days passed, Ning Qi maintained the speed of 1 furnace per day. The number of Power Demon Body Tempering pills in his spatial bag increased, but the number of spirit herbs and spirit medicines decreased. 12 years later, Ning Qi let out a long sigh of relief. The continuous refinement of Power Devil Body Tempering pellets almost made him vomit. A huge amount of spiritual herbs had been consumed and turned into Power Devil Body Tempering pellet. Each pellet was quietly lying in the space. Each pellet's quality was excellent. In the next few years, Ning Qi's success rate had been restored to 100%. The hard work was worth it. There were more than 50,000 Power Magic Body Honing pills in his space bag. If he sold all of them, it would be equivalent to 5 million low-grade magical crystals. Including the spiritual herbs and elixirs, he still needed 800,000 low-grade magical crystals from Uriel. Ning Qi had paid a total of 1,600,000 low-grade magical crystals and a dozen dragon-slaying crystals. Over a dozen years, he had earned about 3,500,000 low-grade magical crystals. More than 10 days have passed, and the life and death battle is about to begin. He can't possibly still be in seclusion, right? Xiao Qi finally became impatient. He stood up and looked coldly at Yi. For more than 10 days, Yezi had been standing at the door. It's only been 10 days. Why are you in such a rush? Yi chuckled. At this moment, a figure walked into the courtyard. Xiao Qi and the others saw him and clasped their hands in a hurry. Alliance leader. Nayland Shanhai nodded indifferently. He looked at Yi and frowned slightly. Who are you? Pausing, he glanced into the room. Is little brother Beixian here? He could not sense Ning Qi's presence, so a sliver of doubt flashed through his eyes. Young Master Beixian is in seclusion. Ye's expression became slightly stern. The feeling Nayland Shanhai gave her was similar to North Moon Chu Su. He was definitely an early demonic human, even more powerful than Dao Yin, Immortal Emperor. If he wanted to force his way in, she probably would not be able to stop him. Tomorrow is the day of his battle to the death against North Moon Chu Su. He's still in seclusion? Nayland Shanhai frowned. Young Master Beixian is free to do as he pleases. Yi said indifferently. Hee. Nayland Shanhai chuckled gently. The North Moon clan has already begun to misunderstand our alliance of mountains and seas. Recently, a few small groups of demons have been targeted by the descendants of the North Moon clan outside Yen Mountain City. They've suffered heavy losses. As the alliance leader, I have to set an example. I'll give you another half a day to leave our alliance of mountains and seas. If you take longer than that, I'll enter personally. There's no need for half a day. We'll leave right now. A calm voice rang out from the room. Everyone's expressions varied when they heard the voice. Ning Qi emerged from the room and nodded at Yi. Afterwards, he glanced past Nayland Shanhai indifferently and said nothing more. He was about to leave with Duo Lu, Xiuqi, and Yi. However, he paused slightly and glanced past the three of them. "You're injured?" Ningqi asked indifferently. The three of them looked at one another before subconsciously glancing at Xiuqi. "Brother Beixian, there's a misunderstanding here." Xiuqi laughed dryly. "They're my servants. You've injured them, which means you're disrespecting me. Don't tell me I'll have to endure this humiliation if I stay here for a few days?" Ningqi smiled indifferently. "Brother Beixian, you still have a battle to the death with North Moon Chu Su right now. There's no need for you to cause unnecessary trouble, right?" Nayland Shanhai smiled indifferently. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. All he saw was Ningqi vanish. When he reappeared, he was already before Xiuqi. Xiuqi was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but Ningqi punched him in the stomach gently. His body arched up like a cooked prawn. "Let's go." Ningqi smiled faintly and walked towards the door. Duo Lu's trio and Yi quickly followed. After they disappeared from everyone's sight, Xiuqi spat out a mouthful of blood and sat heavily on the ground. His face was filled with resentment. Ningqi's punch had shattered his internal organs. It was unlikely that he would be able to recover from such injuries without at least a few decades. "Alliance leader, this kid is far too arrogant." Yungu was rather sympathetic. A sliver of anger appeared in his eyes. Nayland Shanhai gazed in the direction that Ningqi and the others had left in indifferently. "He's already offended the North Moon clan. He's already a dead man. There's no need for us to become entangled with him." A sliver of fear flashed through Nayland Shanhai's eyes. The aura that Ningqi gave off earlier had even surprised him slightly. "Sir Beixian, they've gone too far. They're burning their bridges after they've outlived their usefulness. If it weren't for Sir, the Bone Sea tribe would have forced the alliance of mountains and sea to disband a long time ago." Duo Lu was infuriated, so he whispered after leaving the alliance. Ningqi smiled but did not say anything. Duo Gu and Duo Xiu all condemned Nayland Shanhai when they saw this. Along the way, many demons saw Ningqi, and their gazes became extremely strange. They obviously knew that Ningqi would be fighting North Moon Chu Su in the arena tomorrow. This would be the first time someone from the North Moon clan had entered the arena in all these years. Before long, the three of them discovered that Ningqi had stopped. The staff of the auction center saw Ningqi and ran over in a hurry to receive him. "Didn't Sir Luriel say it was the 15th day? Why has he come a day earlier?" "Young Master Beixian, have you come to deliver the goods?" The staff looked at Ningqi carefully and asked. "Yes." Chapter 1927. Delivery. He really is here to deliver the goods. The staff member's cultivation was not weak. He would be a Yuan venerate in the central continent, equivalent to Yi. He was one of Rurier's trusted subordinates. He had been warned by Rurier that Ningqi would be delivering a batch of power demon body tempering pills in 15 days. He had thought that this was unlikely, but he had not expected Ningqi to arrive a day earlier. "Young Master Beixian, please follow me," the staff member said respectfully. Seeing this scene, many devils turned and left one after another. There were too many people secretly watching Ningqi. Along the way, Ningqi sensed no less than 100 pairs of eyes. Ningqi had a basic idea of what kind of forces were behind them. "What? That fellow is here to deliver the goods?" Rurier was in disbelief when he received the notification, but Ningqi was already at the Yen Mountain auction house, so it did not seem like he was joking. Could it be that he really refined a batch of power demon body tempering pills in these short 14 days? Maybe only a few dozen. Let me inspect the goods first? Although it's different from what we agreed on, it doesn't matter. Rurier muttered to himself. Before long, they arrived at a VIP room. Ningqi and Yi were sitting there drinking tea. Duo Luo and the other two had chased away the demonic beings who had been serving tea and served Ning Qi and Yi personally. Senior. Ning Qi stood up with a smile when he saw Rurier. Little brother, you're not joking with me, are you? Have you really refined the power demon body tempering pills? How many are there? Rurier smiled. Yes. Before Ning Qi could speak, footsteps were heard from outside. The door opened, and Yankido and the other two entered one after another. Yang Ingui and the others followed closely behind. Apart from North Moon and Chu Su, everyone in the treasury that day was here. Even North Moon Lingqiu was no exception. What are you doing here? Rurier was taken aback. Master earlier, since he bought all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that should have belonged to us, we naturally have to come and see how strong his alchemy skills are, and whether he can use up this batch of spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The giant tiger and wolf glanced at Ning Qi with a half-smile. Yankido said mockingly, "If it wasn't for the fact that someone coincidentally saw little brother Beixian, we would have thought that he would only be here tomorrow to deliver the goods. Sneaking one day in advance, I'm afraid he didn't manage to refine it?" Tai Ec smiled. North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Uriel snorted, then looked at Ning Qi. "Little brother Beixian, how much are you prepared to hand over this time?" In his opinion, as long as there were 100 power demon body honing pills, it would be enough to shut this group of guys up. 40,000. Ning Qi smiled. He planned to keep the remaining 10,000 for himself. 400. How much is 4? Uriel thought that Ning Qi had said 400. Before he could rejoice, he looked at Ning Qi in shock, as if he couldn't believe what his ears had just heard. Yankido and the others frowned slightly. 40,000 power demon body tempering pills? 14 days of time? How was this possible? This kid was definitely bragging. As demon refinement masters, they had immersed themselves in this path for countless years, yet they had never heard of anyone being able to refine tens of thousands of pills in a short dozen days. Even the trashiest low-grade false pills were impossible. 40,000 power demon body tempering pills. Ning Qi smiled. Impossible. Before Uriel could speak, the giant tiger and wolf had already shook their heads and looked at Ning Qi coldly. Do you think we're idiots? 40,000 power demon body tempering pills in 14 days. Even my master's master can't refine pills at such a speed. Senior, of the 40,000 power demon body tempering pills, I'll take 8,000 to offset the 800,000 low-grade demon crystals I owe you last time, and you'll give me another 32,000 mid-grade demon crystals. How about that? Ning Qi ignored the giant tiger and wolf and smiled at Uriel. Little brother, are you really not joking? 40,000 power demon body tempering pills? All of them are mid-grade false pills? Luriel took a deep breath. If Senior doesn't find it troublesome, you can inspect them one by one. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The representatives of the other clans looked at Ning Qi with different gazes. Their hearts seemed to churn. Now that he had put it like this, they were already convinced that he definitely had 40,000 power demon body tempering pills. Even their patriarch dared not trick Uriel. After all, he was the elder brother of the demon king of Venerance Mountain, Pain. Yankido and the other two glanced at one another. They could all see a sliver of surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. North Moon Cold Autumn was very shocked too. Her small mouth formed an O shape. Yang Ingui refused to believe it. He secretly hoped that Ning Qi was bragging. It would be hilarious if he could not produce the power demon body tempering pills later. Very soon, Uriel called a group of staff into the VIP lounge. They each had a silver plate placed before them. The staff specialized in selling pills and appraising the grades of pills. They were extremely professional, and there seemed to be 10 people in total. Ning Qi walked past them and waved his hand. Immediately, there was a series of clanking sounds. Afterwards, everyone saw 10 silver plates filled with perfectly round pills. A strange fragrance filled the VIP lounge. Duo and the other two took in a deep breath and revealed looks of comfort. This really is power demon body tempering pills. Yankido and the other two had rather ugly expressions. From the aura and appearance of the pills, they were indeed the same as the power demon body tempering pill that Ningqi had produced in the very beginning. Seeing this with his own eyes, Yang Ingwei only felt his chest tighten. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. So many elixirs, were they all refined by him? Is he really a demon refiner? North Moon Cold Autumn stared at Ningqi in disbelief. Uriel finally let out a sigh of relief inside when he saw the pills on the silver plate. Joy soon filled his face. When the staff were appraising the grades, he did not just sit around. He picked a few pills and examined them closely. In the end, he even ingested one. Yankido and the other two stared at Uriel's expression. Seeing the happy smile on his face, their hearts immediately turned cold. Mid-grade false core. Here too. They're all mid-grade false cores. False core. The staff of the Yen Mountain Auction House carefully appraised every single pill. Very soon, over 1,000 pills on the 10 silver plates had all been appraised. Uriel put them away with a wide smile. Ningqi placed the next batch of pills on the silver plates, and the staff appraised them again. This was repeated. Every time Ningqi placed a batch of power demon body tempering pills, Yankido and the other two would become more and more conflicted. Their faces would twitch slightly. They were unwilling to believe that they had misjudged and lost a chance to obtain power demon body tempering pills. At the same time, they refused to believe that Ningqi could refine so many power demon body tempering pills in a mere dozen or so days by himself. 40,000. Finally, the staff finished appraising all the pills. Uriel had been counting the entire time. There were exactly 40,000 pills. At this time, more than 4 hours had passed. Chapter 1928. Do you think I'm an idiot? Little brother, there's a total of 40,000 power demon body honing pills. After deducting 8,000, I'll give you another 32,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Is that correct? Luriel said happily. Whether he sold this batch of power demon body honing pills, fed them to his own disciples, or sent them to the top tribes to curry favor with those old farts, they were all very good choices. Think about it. When others took out regular Foundation establishment pills, while his Yen Mountain City took out the long-lost power demon body honing pills, how much face would they have? Yes. Ningqi nodded. If he sold it for 100 low-grade magic crystals each, he would definitely be able to sell it. However, he would have to set up a stall and sell it separately. Perhaps Luriel would be able to accept this price. However, Ningqi had a good impression of Luriel, so the extra profit did not matter. All right. Little brother, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Luriel did not have enough magic crystals on him, so he prepared to transfer some from Yen Mountain City. Master Baixian, may I ask when your next batch of power demon body honing pills will be produced? At this moment, the representatives of the clans that had not fought with Ningqi all came forward. Their faces revealed a hint of desire. They also changed the way they addressed Ningqi. Seeing this, Yang Ingwei and North Moon Lingqiu's expressions became rather ugly. The ugliest ones should be Yankido and the other two. They thought even more deeply. If the power demon body honing pills became popular, the sales of their Grey Flame body honing pills in Yen Mountain City would probably drop to an extremely low point. By then, without enough profit, how could they refine pills as they pleased? The appearance of the power demon body honing pills this time would probably be a huge blow to the three's profits. If you want power demon body honing pills, you can purchase them from the Yen Mountain Auction House. Even I can't tell when I'll refine pills next time. Ningqi smiled. I see, the representatives were rather disappointed. Purchasing from the Yen Mountain auction house would definitely fetch a much higher price. If they could purchase directly from Ningqi, that would obviously be the best choice. Perhaps he won't be able to refine pills after tomorrow. North Moon Lingqiu snorted and left. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes when they heard this. There was a certain level of truth to what she said. Tomorrow was the date of the battle to the death between the kid and North Moon Chu Su. To them, even if the kid's battle prowess was rather terrifying, far greater than regular half-demons, as long as North Moon Chu Su was fully prepared, the chances of him losing were very slim. Yang Ingui was filled with regret. If he had known that the damaged pill recipe could be used to refine the power demon body tempering pill, he would have bought it even if he had to raise the price to 10,000 low-grade demon crystals. Perhaps the ones refining the power demon body tempering pill right now would be the demons of the Yang family. After taking a deep look at Ningqi, Yang Ingui also left. Master Beixian, are you interested in working with the three of us? Giant Tiger and Azure Wolf suddenly laughed and added the word master to their address of Ningqi. Oh? What kind of cooperation? Ningqi smiled faintly. You take out the formula for the power demon body tempering pill, and the four of us will refine the pill together. The three of us will provide the spirit herbs, and you will enjoy 25% of the share. How about it? Giant Tiger and Azure Wolf smiled. A sliver of greed flashed through the eyes of Yankido and Tai. Let alone 25%, they would even be willing to give up 50%. As long as they could obtain the formula for the strength demon body tempering pill, everything would be worth it. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ningqi smiled and returned what the Giant Tiger and Azure Wolf had said earlier to him. The Giant Tiger and Azure Wolf's expression changed slightly. He forced a smile and said, Master Beixian, you're going to enter the ring tomorrow. If you accidentally die to North Moon Chu Su, wouldn't the strength demon body tempering pill be lost again? Even if it's lost, I won't give it to you. Who told you to make such a mistake? Ningqi sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. The Giant Tiger and Azure Wolf squinted their eyes. Killing intent filled their pupils. At this moment, Uriel just happened to walk in. He dispersed the killing intent in his eyes and smiled faintly. He glanced deeply at Ningqi before turning around and leaving. Yankido and Tai both sneered when they saw this, leaving with the Giant Tiger and Azure Wolf. Uriel glanced at the backs of the three of them, then took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Ningqi. He laughed and said, Little brother, there are 32,000 mid-grade magical crystals in here. Do you want to count them? Senior, you still don't trust me? Is there anyone in Yen Mountain City that you can trust? Ningqi smiled. Uriel felt very good when he heard that. This kid sure knows what to do. Pausing, Uriel seemed to remember the battle of life and death tomorrow. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Do you want me to mediate the battle of life and death tomorrow? You're a demonic forger, so there's no need for you to enter the ring and fight North Moon Chu Su to the death. At the end of the day, he's just a demonic being. If I step in, North Moon Chong Su will still have to give face to him. Thank you, Senior. I know what I'm doing. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Ningqi clasped his hands with a smile. North Moon Chu Su was worth 300,000 fortune points at the very least. How could Ningqi let go of such a great opportunity? Sai, young and impetuous. Uriel watched Ningqi and the others leave and could not help but sigh. On this day, the demons and demonic beings of Yen Mountain City all surged towards the south. Some demons had just returned from outside, so they had no idea what was going on. Only after a series of inquiries did they learn that it was the caretaker of the North Moon clan, North Moon Chu Su, who was about to enter the ring for a battle of life and death. Amidst their shock, they hurried over to where the ring was located. Beixian. Zi Qingyue really has brought him to Yen Mountain City, But how did he provoke North Moon Chu Su? Ha! Even the heavens are on my side. As soon as the travel-worn Willis returned to Yen Mountain City, he received this news. He was extremely excited. After he fled that day in the Demon Land, he had traveled through many places, afraid that Ning Qi would hunt him down. In the end, he arrived at the base of the Spirit Hollow tribe and told the demons of the Spirit Hollow tribe about the deaths of the Spirit Hollow Sword and the others. In the end, he was received by a few early demonic human elders. Is it that guy? A nonchalant voice rang out from behind Willis. Willis turned around in a hurry and bowed politely. Elder Black River, it's that guy. Hee, alright. You didn't find Mountain Splitter, but I did. A vicious light flashed through Spirit Hollow Black River's eyes. Beside him stood over a dozen demons from the Spirit Hollow tribe. They were all stern. The demons that passed by could tell with a single glance that they were not to be trifled with, so they all took a detour. Elder Black River, that guy is about to enter the ring for a battle of life and death against North Moon Chong Su right now. One of them has to die before they can leave the ring. We need to suppress him before he dies. Only then can we get what you want from him. Chapter 1929. Lingshu Black River, Old Ancestor and Zun Shan Demon King Pain are friends. I also know Roriel. They should give me some face. The Spirit Void Black River said lightly. Regarding Ning Qi's situation, Void Spirit Black River had not only learned from Willis alone, but it had also specifically found a few demons who had witnessed the scene from the beginning to the end and compared the information they had obtained with Willis. Finally, Void Spirit Black River had confirmed that Ning Qi possessed supreme demonic arts and a demonic artifact. Even if Ning Qi had not killed the Near Spirit Ruler and the boundless Spirit Void Sky, Void Spirit Black River would not have let go of such a good opportunity. When Willis heard that the Void Spirit Black River was on friendly terms with Erliera, he was secretly delighted. This was really a blessing in disguise. When he returned to Yen Mountain City this time, as long as he revealed his relationship with the Void Spirit Black River, those fellows from back then would definitely not dare to look down on him. South District of Yen Shan City. Life and Death Arena. The 500 zhang long and 500 zhang wide arena was paved with bluestone. There were even faint lines of Devil Chi on the surface. Obviously, a Devil Chi formation was added to the bluestone arena. This way, the bluestone arena wouldn't be smashed into smithereens so easily. In this way, it was very reasonable for the Devil Clan members of Yen Shan City to charge Devil Crystals to maintain the Life and Death Arena. The colossal arena was already filled with demons and demonic beings. Demons possessed great statuses, so they sat at the very top, while demonic beings possessed low statuses, so they sat at the bottom. Basically, all the demons and demonic beings in Yen Mountain City who had free time had come here. After all, it had been a very long time since the Arena of Life and Death had been opened. The main character this time was still the caretaker of the North Moon clan, North Moon Chu Su, an early demonic human. To many demons and demonic beings, being able to observe a battle between experts like that could increase their cultivation. If they were lucky, perhaps they could comprehend something on the spot. It's almost noon. Why are the North Moon family and the Northern Profound Demon still here? Aren't the devils from the Alliance of Mountains and Seas there? I heard that the Alliance of Mountains and Seas has already expelled Bei Xian. They're probably afraid that the North Moon clan will vent their anger on them. If it were me, I would do the same too. What kind of existence is the North Moon clan? No matter how talented that Northern Black Demon is, he's not a human demon expert. Compared to the North Moon clan, he's worthless. But I heard that he's a demon refiner. Hiss, some demons gasped in disbelief. That lad is a demonic refiner? How could this be? Why haven't I heard of this before? I have a good friend from the North Moon family. He personally told me this. It can't be fake. If that's the case, the Mountain and Sea Alliance is going to lose out. Isn't that right? So what if they offend the North Moon family? As long as they don't become mortal enemies, the North Moon family still cares about their pride. Why would they try to take revenge on the alliance of mountains and seas so brazenly over something like this? If they keep a devil refinement master, it won't be long before the alliance of mountains and seas becomes a top-tier alliance second only to the 7 great clans. At that time, even the 7 great clans will have to give the devil refinement masters some face. Nayland Shanhai was also present. Quite a few squads from the alliance of mountains and seas had come, and all of them were seated in the middle. Xiuqi and Yungu sat next to Nayland Shanhai, both of whom were his most trusted subordinates. As for the other squads, they didn't receive such treatment. In addition to the alliance of mountains and seas, there were several other alliances in the area, all of whom had strange expressions on their faces as they looked at Nayland Shanhai. Alliance Lord, I've just received a piece of news. A Devil Race squad leader walked to the front of Nayland Mountain with a shocked face. What's so shocking? Nayland Shanhai asked nonchalantly. Don't tell me that guy ran away? Xiuqi sneered. He had been punched by Ning Qi the day before and had yet to recover from his injuries, so he obviously bore a grudge against Ning Qi. I've received news that Beixian is a devil refinement master, the Devil Race squad leader said in a low voice. Yungu and Xiuqi were slightly stunned, before disbelief filled their eyes. How is that possible? The two of them said subconsciously, before looking at Nayland Shanhai. Nayland Shanhai's face immediately darkened. He frowned slightly. Is this news true or false? That's what everyone is saying right now. I heard that Beixian went into secluded cultivation to refine pills, and he even sold many pills to the Yen Mountain auction house yesterday. Don't spread such inaccurate news. Just watch the battle today. Nayland Shanhai waved his hand. Yes, Alliance Lord. The Devil Clan squad leader nodded and returned to his seat. Xiuqi wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing that Nayland Shanhai had no intention to speak, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. He thought to himself, how could Ning Qi be a devil refinement master? There must be a mistake in the news. That's why the rumors are so distorted. There was a huge platform at the highest point of the spectators' stand. Sitting there, one could overlook the entire arena. Moreover, the platform was reinforced by a formation. The fight in the arena would not affect this place. Compared to other spectator stands, this place was much safer. Only the reputable demons in Yen Mountain City were qualified to enter this place. Currently, there were already more than 10 forces sitting here. Among them, 7 forces sat at the very front, followed by the rest. The former were the publicly acknowledged peak forces of Yen Mountain City. Every single one of them had a late demonic human expert. As for the latter, they were the second-tier forces of Yen Mountain City. For example, famous merchant clans or peak alliances with sufficient strength. The masters of these forces were basically all mid-demonic human. Of course, there were a few exceptions, and that was Yankido and the other two. The 3 of them sat in the same seats as the representatives from the 7 great clans. However, there was only one person sitting at the very front, and that was Uriel. Because of his relationship with his younger brother, Uriel's status was extremely special, and he could be considered to be the existence with the strongest background among those present. Who do you think will win this time? Dwayne said with a forced smile. I think it'll be North Moon Chushu. Ping Tian said indifferently. I think it'll be North Moon Chushu too. No matter how strong that guy is, he can't be strong enough to defeat an early demonic human expert, right? Kong Yen said after some thought. Brother Dwayne, do you really think that guy will win? North Moon Lingqiu frowned. Dwayne rubbed his nose and smiled. Of course not. I'm definitely on your side. Only then did North Moon Lingqiu crack a smile. We've only been in concealed cultivator city for around 20 days, and young Master Beixian is actually going to fight North Moon Chushu in the arena of life and death. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Alliance leader has expelled young Master Beixian from the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Christie's expression was rather ugly. Chapter 1930. Do you have the right to speak here? Zi Qingyue was expressionless. No one knew what she was thinking. Zi Qingxing and the others grumbled a bit and shut their mouth. Soon, they found the seats of the Alliance of Mountains and Sea. When the other teams saw them, they had a strange look on their faces. Qingyue, come sit here. Xiao Qi waved his hand happily. Zi Qingyue glanced at him indifferently, then turned her head and casually found a few seats to sit down. Seeing this, Xiao Qi's face turned extremely ugly. Does she know that I was the one who suggested to the Alliance leader to expel that guy from the Alliance of Mountains and Sea? Xiao Qi's face darkened as he thought to himself. Hey, isn't that Willis? Didn't he go missing? Wait, why is he with the demons of the Spirit Void tribe? Isn't that guy in front a human devil expert? A sharp-eyed demon from the Alliance of Mountains and Sea saw Willis and the others passing through the auditorium and heading towards the highest platform. Nayland Shanhai's face darkened when he saw Willis. Willis seemed to have noticed them as well. When he passed by, he glanced at the demons from the Alliance of Mountains and Sea with a cold and arrogant look. When he saw Zi Qingyue, his eyes turned cold and the corners of his mouth curled up. The demons of the Spirit Void tribe are probably here to seek revenge on young Master Beixian. Where is young Master Beixian now? Should we inform him? Zi Qingxing's face darkened as she looked at Zi Qingyue. It's too late. Zi Qingyue's face darkened. The Broken Moon team said that Willis went missing. So he joined the Spirit Void tribe. That guy is quite lucky. His tribe is not any weaker than the Spirit Void tribe. It's a pity that he was not put in an important position. But now that he is with a human devil elder, he should be valued. The demons from the Alliance of Mountains and Sea looked at Willis with envy. Willis could sense the emotions in their eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Soon, the demons of the Spirit Void tribe arrived at the highest platform. Yankido and the others noticed the commotion and turned to look at them. The demons of the Spirit Void tribe? The Spirit Void tribe is so far from Yanshan City. What are they doing here? A hint of doubt flashed across the eyes of the representatives from the major clans. Empty Spirit Dark River, why did you come to my Yanshan City? The corners of Lurier's mouth curled up slightly when he saw the Spirit Void Black River, and he laughed heartily. Luriel, I haven't seen you for so many years, but your mouth is still so smelly. The Spirit Void Black River's face turned cold. You still know that we haven't seen each other for so many years? Why don't you come and visit your old friend when you have time? Uriel laughed loudly. He got up and hugged the Spirit Void Black River. Everyone was secretly surprised when they saw this. They didn't expect the Spirit Void tribe to have such a deep friendship with Uriel. Tell me, are you passing by Yanshan City, or do you need my help? I'll take care of it for you. Rurier laughed. Willis followed at the back. When he heard the conversation between the two, he was instantly overjoyed. Sure enough, the Spirit Void Black River had not lied to him. He had a deep friendship with Uriel. I do have something that I need your help with. I heard that one of the two people who are going to the arena is called Beixian. The Spirit Void Black River smiled. When the North Moon family and Yang family heard that, their expressions immediately changed. North Moon Lingqiu's gaze towards the Spirit Void Black River was filled with fear. Did that guy have ties with the Spirit Void tribe as well? If the Spirit Void tribe wanted to spare his life, probably even his North Moon family would be forced to agree. After all, The Spirit Void Tribe was a colossal organization, no weaker than Yen Shan City. What, do you know him, you old bastard? Ruriel smiled. I guess you can say that. Can you give me some face and tell his opponent to show mercy and not take his life when the time comes? The Spirit Void Black River smiled indifferently. Senior, this is an arena of life and death. Once you enter the arena of life and death, it will only end with a battle to the death. Seeing how the Spirit Void Black River really wanted to plead for Ning Qi, North Moon Lingqiu could not help but speak up. There was even a hint of anger in his voice. The seniors of the North Moon family saw this and stopped North Moon Lingqiu in a hurry. What a joke! His opponent was a demon from the Spirit Void Tribe. Although their North Moon family was powerful, they were nothing compared to the Spirit Void Tribe. They could not even withstand a single blow. The Spirit Void Black River glanced past North Moon Lingqiu coldly. Do you have the right to speak here? You. North Moon Lingqiu was furious. All right, what's there to be angry about with a junior? Ruriel waved his hand with a smile. Afterwards, he said, the rules of the arena of life and death do indeed require a battle to the death. This rule was set by my younger brother, so why don't I help you ask him? A sliver of hesitation flashed through the Spirit Void Black River's eyes. If he dragged the Demon King of Venerance Mountain into this, he would probably discover something was off. By then, the kid's items would not end up in his hands either. Whatever, let's keep watching, the Spirit Void Black River said indifferently. Afterwards, he glanced at North Moon Lingqiu coldly and sat down with everyone else. He did not hold back at all and sat next to Uriel. When the others saw this, they all became rather furious. No matter how powerful the Lingqiu tribe was, a mere early demon-human elder was not going to show any respect to the other demons present at all. In particular, the leaders of the peak alliances were furious. As mid-demonic human existences, they were sitting behind two early demonic human existences, so they really were rather furious. It was almost noon and the sun was scorching hot. The demons in the spectator seats became rather restless. Conversations filled the surroundings, which gathered together and turned into a series of rumbles. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot through the air, landing in the center of the arena of life and death. Everyone's spirits rose when they saw this. North Moon Chu Su is here. Why isn't the other guy here yet? What arrogance! Did he run away out of fear? The North Moon family definitely has spies watching him, so where can he run to? If he really did run away, he wouldn't even have to enter the arena. He would be directly killed. Perhaps the North Moon family would be happy to see that. That's true. North Moon Chu Su glanced around. He did not see Ning Qi, and a sliver of anger flashed through his eyes. He had already purposefully arrived at the arena of life and death precisely because he did not want to enter too early. That way, it would match his status, but he never thought Ning Qi would still not arrive. Grandpa Lu, it's almost noon. If you exceed this time, that guy will directly lose according to the rules. Our North Moon family can kill him at any time. North Moon Lingqiu said. Obviously according to the rules. Ruriel nodded indifferently. Time passed by seconds and minutes. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.